Alrighty guys, I'm here. Good to hear you're good, Coyote Glitch, and I'm glad you're back again. What will I be drawing today? Yet again, I have sort of failed to make a solid plan, but I'll be doing some similar just random illustrations like I was doing yesterday. Like, let's see if I've got it. No, I don't. Not easily. I'll bring it up on the screen just for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, I suppose. Just bring it up real quick. So these type of ones are basically just illustrate whatever comes into my mind, just random creatures or objects or whatever else, just as a sort of a warm-up. So I'll probably start with something like that. I'll be doing a speed paint from a prompt. The prompt doesn't come through for an hour or two, so I'm just going to do some warming up till then. Yeah, that's a basic plan so far. I might also work on something that I've started and haven't finished yet, maybe. So yeah. Oh, you'd like a drawing request from me today? Well, sure, I absolutely can. I'd be happy to do that. How about, I'm not sure what sorts of things you like drawing, but my first request is always going to be um, a picture of Gigi, like my little dog. If you can do like a character, a little character illustration of her, that would be great. Um, I've got, I don't know if you've got me on Insta or anything like that, but I can throw a photo of Gigi into my community channel, community tab real quick as a reference. That's probably the quickest, easiest way to see. Okay. Where have I got easy access to photos of G? That's a good question. They're all on my phone. I guess I can do that through my phone. That's probably the easiest solution to that. Alright. Bear with me a second. I will... Otherwise I can make some other random suggestions. I have a bunch of stuff that I tend to like to draw. Tends to be like monsters, ghosts. I really like treasure chests for some reason. That's always fun. You can put whatever you want in the treasure chest. What else do I go to? Like for warm-ups, I pretty much always do Pikachu, just because I'm so familiar with the I don't have to think. You know, I just draw. I'll quickly just grab that little reference photo of Gigi and pop it up. I guess if anyone wants to ever have a go of drawing her, I'm always like, it's makes me so happy to see other people do illustrations of her. One person has once, let's just see how I do it on my phone. It's a little bit different. Ba -ba -ba. How do I add a photo? Oh, right here. Okay, I found it. Sorry, it's my first time doing this, so I'm a little bit slow at it. That's okay. I'll throw a little picture of Gigi up anyway. Those are Apple Pens. My friend has an iPad as well, and the Apple Pen always seems to be dead. It's a bit, yeah. I've never had a tablet, or I've never had an iPad. I've never had anything that you have to like charge up the pen for. So I kind of forget about that as being an issue. I'm still just scrolling through my photos I'll throw a few up. And who knows, maybe one day, any day, there could just be random illustrations of Gigi certainly make me super happy. This just it just requires a bit of scrolling on my phone. I've got a few, but I want a few more. I think I need to empty out some of the photos on my phone. There's an awful lot. Like an awful lot. Okay. Oh my goodness. I could probably scroll through these photos for like hours and never get to the end. Unbelievable. So many. Actually, it's funny you brought up that topic because I was just looking around on the art club. So I'll show you this art club server on Discord, which is where I get my daily art prompt. And someone was asking about art block, asking people to give suggestions for how they deal with it. So I literally just wrote up a bit of a list about, I mean, it's not exactly the same thing, but along the same lines, just ways to come up with ideas and stuff. There seems to be a pretty good group. I'm pretty new to it, but the daily prompts alone has been really good. Really great to just give me ideas and keep me busy drawing. So if anyone else might be interested in joining that, it's just a free, open, public server available to anybody. I'd really love to have a go of an iPad one day. um, yep, just getting it up now. I've got the pictures. Um, okay, there we go. That should have done it. Let's double check. Maybe I need to do a quick refresh. Hey, there they are. And one that I did as a, I guess, rough example. Yeah, there they are. They're up. They're ready. And I suppose just quick, I'll show. It should be in my favorites. Hopefully I can spot it quick. The one that somebody did for me quite a while ago. Here it is. They were really new to digital art and they just did a nice little thing of Gigi for me. So cute. So yeah, the more people that draw Gigi, the happier I am basically. It's awesome. It's the best. Alright, and I'll get started myself. I mean, I'm happy to draw her anytime. Maybe I'll do one of her as well. Nah, I'll leave that to other people for now. See if anyone else wants to give it a try. Do their own interpretation of Gigi. Okay. Let's just do some random warming up of no planning, creatures with no planning. I don't know what to start with, so I'm just gonna start laying something down. I've got some kind of a maybe it's looking like a dragon. One of my many go-to starting things. Although I just don't know what I want it to be exactly. Or to look like. But that's kind of the point. Just draw without thinking. Or draw without overthinking anyway. Should it just be a head? It's a bit small. I usually draw whatever it is I'm drawing, I usually do it a bit bigger than this. I mean, it's not terrible, but I might, if I'm going to go that route, I might do it a bit bigger. And start with a folder and press record. Record. There we go. Oh, thank you, brain. Thank you for remembering that. She is a girl. Yes, yes, she is. And purple tends to be her color, but you can go with anything you think suits her. If you have a favorite color, or I mean, it's great that she's grey. All her color is really neutral, so any color matches with her really well. But somehow, just like purple just became her color somehow, like her little rain jacket and her harness for when she goes for a walk and everything, it's all purple. Obviously the photos I've got down there, she's wearing a little sort of like multicolored jacket, uh, top, whatever you want to call it, jumper, because she had a haircut. She's more than 13 years old, and she, I got to keep her nice and warm, so. Okay, I've got a place to start now. I've got to try not to get too hung up on making it, worrying about how this turns out too much. But also, I've only just woken up not long ago, and I'm still waking up, let alone getting my brain going for drawing stuff. I guess I'm starting with something that's like a little bit morbid, because it's going to be just like a head. Yeah, and call me crazy or weird or whatever, but I don't know why. I just got a thing with like, just like I'm into horror and stuff like that, so I guess it's not that weird, but certainly not something I'd want to see in real life. I hope no one ever makes that mistake and thinks that it's something I think should ever be real. It's more just like a silly, like, monster hunting kind of thing. And I actually never even played the game, Monster Hunter. My sister really likes it. I've never played. Okay, go. Maybe a little tooth. Or a few little teeth. It's kind of like crocodilian few little teeth hanging out. There we go. That's something to start with. I feel like this is oh no, you're all good. I'm glad to hear you're drawing. That's awesome. That's cool. Do your thing. That's all good. I'm just gonna like sort of chat away at myself. No need to reply or anything. Just kind of like I don't know. The talking kind of like keeps me motivated, and I've mentioned this a few times before, but you know, sometimes doing art, if you're really if it's like your thing and you're doing it a lot, like it's often like an activity people do by themselves, and that was, you know, very much the case for me. But I found it a little bit lonely, and I suppose my motivation was going down and stuff. So that was actually a big part of why I decided to start doing live streaming in the first place. There's lots of reasons, but just talking, even if it's so silly, but even if no one ever hears it, like even if no one joined the chat or no one watched my videos, just talking makes me feel, I don't know, more energetic and more motivated for some reason. So I guess it's just a psychology thing. It's helpful for me. But hopefully I say some things that are interesting and useful for people. That would be that would be ideal. Alright, I think we've got the base color. I'm just going to sip my tea, so I'll be silent for one moment. Okay, and I was kind of that community tab that's on um, YouTube for people's channels and stuff. I think that's a really good feature. I wasn't really aware of it until recently, very recently, because I'm quite new to posting things on YouTube at all. Um, I was mostly just watching videos, and obviously I still do. But yeah, that's a really cool feature, and I think I'd like to make use of it more and just post little bits and pieces, maybe like tips and tricks or I don't know, just anything to do with art. I think I'd like to make good use of that feature. I like it. I might go with some sort of funny colored mm, blood for this guy. Maybe like yellowish kind of blood. Hmm, that's something. And now I wonder, I'll have a look at if I like putting some little like scale details on this dude. Just like a few. I'm going to be putting the paper texture over the top, sort of as per usual. But just a few little scaly bits. And maybe I make the underside down here. Maybe his muzzle too. I make a different color. Why not? Let's have a go. Let's move towards something warmer and see about maybe a bit lighter as well. And see about putting a different color on this dude's muzzle area. That makes it a bit more interesting, I guess. I feel like this blood does need to sort of change color now though. Got orange blood, why not? And then the underside under here, maybe like a pale, slightly more pale color. Alright, maybe that's a little bit too much. Let's try maybe that much. Yeah, seems a bit better. I've all done that, everything of that on the layer above, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Oh no. Ooh. I'm gonna be yawning again today. I'm gonna yawn every day. I'll just be straight up with it. I yawn a lot. I think I did get some good sleep though last night, so I feel a lot better than yesterday, thank goodness. I was struggling through the day yesterday. That was a rough one. Alright, let's power on. Let's add some little shiny bits down here. We'll use the pressure brush. And some little... I love making things look shiny. I'm just a sucker for shiny things, can't help it. And maybe a little bit around here. I finished watching this show last night. It's called Undone. And it's sort of, what would you call it? Like fantasy, psychological thriller kind of something along those lines. There's 2 seasons. They're pretty short. You could binge the lot in just a couple of days, I think. We certainly went through it pretty quickly. But the basic idea of the show was this young woman starts seeing her dead father, and he talks to her saying that she's got these special abilities and she needs to like hone them, um, and she can start to sort of manipulate how do I say, like make changes to timelines and stuff. So she can sort of like, if she messes something up, she can redo it, sort of thing, something like that. So, but the whole way through, you're questioning like, is this ability real, or does this woman have like schizophrenia or something like that, and she's having um, you know, visual and auditory hallucinations, and like people in her life are quite worried about her and things like that. And it's a rotoscoped animation, so it's very smooth. I'm pretty sure there was like real actors acting the whole thing, and then it was just sort of captured into this. I don't know what the style is really called, but animated basically. So some parts of the shots would be real, but then others, obviously, there's a lot of, because of the nature of the thing being within this girl's mind, and obviously she's seeing and experiencing some weird stuff. Um, there's some really creative, like wild, like surreal bits and pieces that go on, and yeah, I loved it. Um, I think if it sounds like something you might be into, check it out, and it's on Amazon Prime, if that's, I think it's a Prime original thing actually, so yeah, it was really good. Right up my alley. I love those kinds of really bizarre, like, yeah, psychological stuff. It was really good. I decided I'd change these. Is that working? Maybe it's already too close to the color. Oh wow, you're swift. Speedy. What's the best way for me to see it? I'm keen. I'm keen, I'm keen. I am nowhere near that quick. Oh man. I think I gotta improve my speed, huh? I mean, maybe not. Maybe being chill is fine. Oh, okay, cool. I'll jump on and take a look. Alright, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, yeah, no worries. Just shout out when it's ready and I'll jump on and see. I just got a couple of messages from my girlfriend. Alrighty, so to do a quick reply there. Okay. So I'm gonna more or less just say it's okay, done for this guy. I don't usually add like shines and highlights and stuff like this when I do these, but that's what's happening today, apparently, evidently. So there we go. Just gonna grab my trusty paper texture, copy that and paste it in. And I'll use this area that's like all spotty and scratchy. I think that'll kind of work since it's a crocodile-y, alligator-y kind of something. And maybe about 30%. And I'll see about if I change the color up a little bit. Also, I don't think I want it showing on the blood area. I think I want that to be kind of smooth, shiny looking. So I don't want the scratchy texture there. Maybe also not on the eye and the tongue area of the dude. Keep them smooth as well. Why not? Changing it up a bit today. Yeah. And let's have a look at changing this color a little bit. Hue. I kind of like it. This is kind of like it makes it real desaturated, but I kind of like it. That versus that. No, I kind of like it where it was as well. Oh no. Dang it. Alright, I'm just gonna go with that. I think I got a notification for your posting. Either that or it was something else. What was that? Ah, you did. You mentioned me. Let's see. Do 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 do. Oh, so cute. That's the best. Oh, look how gorgeous she is. Yes, look at all her fluff. So good. Man, you are quick, I gotta say. That was some swift work. GG, I don't know what to call it. I know it's not really fan art, but I'm calling it that anyway. There we go. Oh, it's adorable. So gorgeous. I love it. It's beautiful. I love the big eyes and the little tongue hanging out. I love the perspective going on with the nose and the moustache. It's awesome. So good. I love it. Thanks very much for that, Coyote Glitch. I appreciate that to no end. It's beautiful. I've saved it. Maybe I should make I should do a whole folder of Gigi, and hopefully, as time goes by, I can make a bit of a collection of illustrations people do of Gigi. That would be amazing. Throw them all in there. All right, that's the first one. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, for sure. Delete away. I've got it, and I'm gonna keep it forever. All right. Well, that's number one. And this is Gatorhead. Okay. And I think I might just run on this theme of monster slaying, what do I say, dungeon crawlery kind of themes. So I've got some sort of slayed creature. Rest in peace. I'm sorry you were slayed, little guy. And now maybe a sword. Love drawing swords. It's going to be a bit of a janky sword. I'm kind of thinking it's pretty worn out and jaggedy, and it's got a bunch of chips and wobbly. This sword needs I don't know if it's blacksmiths that deal with swords. Is it blacksmiths, or is there swordsmiths, specifically? I don't know. I never learned. But anyway, it needs some TLC, basically, this sword. I think I'm going to make it rusty. Let's think about the design a little bit. I'm going to keep it simple, but I want to get some sort of gemstone on here. And then let's try to think of something interesting to do with the... Oh, are they called the guards? I'm going to just look it up real quick. Come on now. Let's learn something. I know lots of the pommel, the hilt, but handle, blade, whatever, but cross guard, rain guard or chapel, the tang, the grip, the pommel, the edge, the point. Cool. So this is called the cross guard. I try to think of a creative design for the cross guard. Look at this sword. There we go. So this section is just guard. This one has less bits. Shoulder tang. So yeah, I try to do something creative for these cross guard bits. Can be literally anything. Yeah, I like to know the names of things. Even the blade can be a really interesting shape. I love drawing swords. I've done a few. I've done a few over the years. Shape. Okay, also not very, terribly the most creative, but I'm gonna have, little spikities on here, on the underside. I'm not sure about the ends yet. And the handle, I think I'll just do, a wobbly... wobbly grip area. Maybe some extra shapes here. I love drawing swords. I don't know why. I don't have one. I can't use one. I just like them. Something satisfying about designing a sword. I guess that's what it comes down to, no matter what the thing is. It's just the conceptualizing of it is the fun part. I suppose because it's also associated with, you know, adventuring and stuff. Like fantasy stuff. Kind of makes it more fun as well. And maybe I do like... Alright, those bits are going to be a bit of a pain to join onto, but we'll figure it out. Okay, I'm going to put some more spikities on here. This is turning a bit, I don't know, medieval kind of looking. Sort of like, I don't know if anyone's ever seen or heard of like Conan the Barbarian. It's like a really old... Hello? I'm not sure how to say the first thing, but Sad Monster, I'll call you. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. We're in the process of drawing like little improvised illustrations to do with monster hunting, adventuring, you know, dungeon crawling kind of stuff. Fantasy-ish sorts of things as the warm-up. What do I put on the end? I either put another spiky thing or I put like another gem. What else could I put? I think it's meant to be, I think your name's meant to be like Scary Mask, is that right? But it's like Sir K Mask, Sad Monster. I like your username though, because I like monsters and fantasy stuff. Okay, let's make a decision about the end of this sword, the pommel. I don't know, my mind won't let me get past just put another gem on there. That's what my brain is saying, so I guess that's what I'm doing. I love gemstones as well. Another thing I am weak to, gemstones. And yesterday's art prompt for the group I'm in, yesterday the prompt was purple fluorite gemstone. So good. So I did a speed paint for that. That was insanely fun. Also extremely challenging. I don't know how I sounded during the video because I was struggling with certain parts of that painting. It worked out pretty well in the end though, I think. Sorry for the yawning, I'm not bored, I just yawn a lot. Yep, and if anyone's curious to see the speed paint, it's not posted yet. I have to like span out my posting. I don't like drop everything I draw in a day onto Instagram, but it'll be up I think tomorrow. So yeah, if anyone wants to add me on Instagram, there's, you know, everything I draw is up on there. Otherwise there's DeviantArt as well. Is there anything else? That's the most of it. All the links are in the description anyway. It's all there. And I kind of feel like adding a little like tag on here. Again, not sure why. Should it be like a sale tag or like a what are they called? I use them a lot in like Japanese culture. They're like sort of like good luck or like a charm, like a little good luck charm or something. Imagine having a sword that was covered in keychains. My brain's just given me that and I really want to do it now. Well, that might end up being a thing that I do today. A bit smaller. Let me just zoom out so I can see the size. Yeah, probably about like this big. Some sort of little good luck charm thingy. Oh no, I'm yawning again. Okay. There's my sword. I'll just quickly look up the kanji for like. I'll do this on my phone, so it's a bit easier for when I need to edit this later. The more times I pop up my my like web browser window, like the more editing I have to do for myself. Okay, so luck. Let's see. Fortune, luck, good luck, happiness. This one sounds good. It's two kanji and they're complicated. No. Why can't they be easy ones? Fortune or luck. Maybe I just go with this one. It's also a little bit of a complicated one, but let's just give it a go. Doop. I'll zoom right in and see if we can even make it fit. In the end, the tag, actually I'll draw it separate and then I'll squish it onto the tag. Okay, so we're going like this, this. Maybe I'll just shrink down my brush a tiny bit as well. This line. This is going to be very tricky to squish in, but I'm going to do my best. Alright, these need to be a little bit longer. Whoop. And this one. That one. And then this one. Maybe a bit more like. Yeah, that's decent enough. Maybe I can just kind of squidge this up a tiny bit more. In and up a little bit. It's probably about as compact as I can make it. Okay. Actually, I think I put it on its own layer, so let's just... Whew, I'm gonna have to shrink it. Alright, maybe I also just make the tag a bit more square, kind of. Like slightly larger and slightly more square. So I'll put the kanji into place. There we go. I'll do. And jump back to our normal brush size and get the tag like onto here. I didn't clean that edge up very well, did I? Let us carry on. There we go. It kind of looks like a tea bag. But that's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. Speaking of tea, my tea's gone cold already. And then I'm gonna do, so I'll squish those together. And then I'll do a little, like, loose end, like, flying around as well. From here. I never learned this kanji when I was studying Japanese. It's not one that I remember learning. I don't remember many anymore. Only the really basic ones. Like, you know, day and like mountain. And I've probably done the stroke order incorrectly for these. Mountain, I remember dog because that's really easy. And literally like oki, big is like, I think that's how you write oki. Yeah, and like met is really easy. I, because it's like really similar to day. On and on and on. But anyways, yeah, I never learned too many kanji when I studied. I want to get back on top of my Japanese studies, but um I think I need a slightly more rigid, not rigid, what am I trying to say? Like an actual educational setting. If I'm trying to do it myself, like on my own, I don't stick to it. I don't put the time aside properly, even though I really, 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 really want to. Um, yep. I think I'd like to find it like a part-time class, like just 1 day a week or something. And yeah, get right back on top of the Japanese studies. That would be great. Alright, time to fill in the color for this sword. So I'm thinking I was going to do the blade kind of rusty, so I might work in a... Or maybe I won't make a... I don't know. Let's see. I want to do the blade pink though. I love a pink sword. Not that probably many exist, but a pink medieval sword. It's so good. The little tag can just be like an off-white kind of color. And I guess I'll have to fill the color by hand because of that kanji. The little luck tea bag, as I'm going to call it. That's kind of what it looks like. Alright, there we go. I think I got it all. Okay. I think the gems can be a bluish purple kind of color. This one anyway. And then this one down the bottom can be a bit more blue again. So I'm running with this like kind of blue, purple, pink color scheme. And this one's all fragmented, so I can do some different shades through here. Oh, it's probably a bit too much. Boop boop. What else? Downways, I guess I can go towards bluey green on the downside. Yeah. And then this one can be... There we go. That's probably good enough. I love doing little fragmented gem things. They look so cute. I wonder if I should do it on the purple one as well, like cut it into quarters. I think I might. Oops. It's not the right thing. There we go. one of these sides like reflecting a bit from the blade. And we'll do one that's a bit darker. And we'll do one that's like lighter. And that'll probably do. Hey hey. I guess maybe, yeah, we'll see what color we do the handle. I mean the grip. This section, I'm kind of thinking brown. Like a pretty warm brown. Yeah, that kind of looks alright, I think. Maybe slightly darker. Yeah, okay. And then the little teethy bits we'll do like off-white. I generally, like I try to avoid pure white and pure black most of the time. And the little tie, I think I'll do the tie the same color as this. It's sort of like a leathery brown kind of color. And then the grip, I'm sort of torn between making it like just this off-white color or something else. That kind of works. That or a dark grey, a dark grey color like this. Dark handle or light handle? Grip. I think dark. Dark is just like sitting with me a little bit better. Alright, that's most of it. We'll lock up the alpha so we can stay inside the lines. And we'll add a little bit of shine on one of the edges. And we'll add a darker side over here. Maybe also make it like just slightly bluer. Okay. Nice. And then we'll go slightly lighter again than this, and we'll put the final. Oh, I missed this bit. Oops. There we go. Okay, slightly lighter again. Fill that. And just make our brush a bit bigger, and we're just going to draw it on because it's quite skinny, quite a thin line. I don't think there's any need to. There we go. That's a sword I'd be more than happy to have as a display sword. Why not? Cool. And now put some texture over the top of it. Actually positioning it with like underneath the outline initially is kind of a good idea. It was just like a happy accident this time, but it actually makes sense. I kind of want all these like some scratchy bits on the cross guard area. That's probably good enough. Alright, we'll move it outside the folder, select, reverse, and delete. Go, and deselect. And change it to burn. Up the, let's put it about, I think 25 seems about right. I don't know if I want it on the blade or not. I think for the sake of ease, I'm going to call this one Pinky. Pinky sword. There we go. Oh, that brought all sorts of different things to mind. Alright, and we've got a sword. Potentially the sword used to drop this poor bugger. And now, my favorite, we do a treasure chest. I love drawing treasure chests. I just can't help it. So I do it open or closed. I think I'm gonna do it closed. And then we have the mystery of what's in there. Okay. I think I'll show, like, I'll do the front as the main viewing, main side to see. I was almost going to draw it from the side, but then I was like, I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. That's okay. I'm just going to keep going with this way. Alright. Up we go. The treasure chest is also going to be a bit janky. It's part of the point of these. I'm just going to call it like visual brainstorming or free illustrating, where there's not really a plan or anything. It's just, and things are not meant to turn out perfect. It's just to get things drawn. This joint is going to be the death of me. Let's just zoom right in. I'm having all sorts of random urges today. Like, I just got an urge to have a sugarcane juice. Can't explain that. Should I do it a flat bottom chest? I don't usually do that. I mean a flat top chest. Yeah, let's give that a go. So yeah, sugarcane juice and durian. Got a craving for both of those things. I think we need to go live in the tropics for a little while. I don't love the tropics, I'm going to be honest. You know, the heat, the humidity, it's all pretty yuck to me. It's a struggle. But there's so much fruit and like cool stuff like sugarcane juice, which is delicious. If you don't know what sugarcane juice is, it's so sugarcane is what sugar comes from. Sugar is obviously extremely highly processed, but the original, like the base product that you start with, is the juice. And then it's just sort of like heated and dehydrated until it turns into granules and like all the liquid is removed. That's how sugar is made. That's where it comes from. But the straight up fresh juice out of the out of the sugar cane plant is really nice. It's extremely sweet, like as you can imagine. But if you add in like some lime juice or something like that, that's a really, really good drink. Like have it nice and icy cold with fresh lime juice. It's really good stuff. We were drinking heaps of it when we were up in the north of the country, so up in Queensland. It was a pretty good time for all the food and stuff. We did sort of start to get homesick, but I think I could live up there for a little while, like, you know, maybe a couple of years or something. We were kind of talking about it the other day. So, maybe. We can technically get sugarcane juice down here. Like people just have the canes, the sugar canes like shipped down from, I assume they come from Queensland. Shipped down from Queensland, and then there's machines they use just to crush the cane and the juice comes out. So it's basically just a roller that the cane gets pulled into and it gets crushed and then the juice comes out. So yeah, there's people operating those sorts of things, you know, not too far from where we live. So we can get it. but you definitely don't get as good access to as many fruits. And I'm not sure how many tropical fruits people have ever tried. I tried a lot of things for the first time when we went and did our stint up in Queensland. That was my first time. Yeah, I would say my first time being to the tropics, and was my first time eating lots of different, all sorts of fruits, some that I'd never even heard of. So it was a really, really great experience. Maybe we add a weird fruit in here. Um, that's something that, does that make sense? How do these things usually work? I don't think that makes sense, does it? No, that doesn't make sense. I need to look at the lock on a treasure. I think they usually have two bits, like one here and one here, and then they meet up in the middle. This is really difficult to do with the thing underneath. I might have to admit that it's been a while since I've drawn one. I'm sort of trying to make it up rather than use ones I've used in the past, use designs I've used in the past. And I'm not sure if it's going to work. Let's just give it a go. Yeah, kind of not fitting together right. Get out of here. Alright, let's quickly just look. What kind of locking mechanism have we got? They're the latchy type ones, or the keys. I do the keys a lot. They're a bit easier. Oh yeah, the latch goes down over the thingy. I was drawing the right shape. I was just drawing it from top to bottom instead of on the bottom. That one I don't think makes sense. Yeah, the latchy bit on the top. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So there's a part that comes down like this. I just don't want to do the keyhole. I want to do a padlock. A part that comes down like that. And it needs to be longer. Wow, let's just backtrack. Okay, let's start from here. So the latch needs to come down quite far. I could potentially make this a more interesting shape, but let's just try to get it working first. And then this bit needs to come out here. Oh gosh, and then I need to get the padlock on as well. This is turning into quite an endeavour. Okay, and then there needs to be that it's like slotted over this bit. Now I'm craving a cha time. What's up with me today? I just want everything. I think I just want treats. I'm just sitting here wanting treats. I probably can get one today too, because it's Thursday, right? I lose track of the days. I'm pretty sure it's Thursday. Yeah. Which means shops tend to be open a bit later. Which means cha time. It's absolute junk, by the way. Junk food. Cha time. Well, junk drink, technically. But, on occasion, it's like, I don't know. It's a mood boost for me. Just makes me happy to have a little cha time. Alright, we're making progress. We did it. We did part one of the latchy thingy. Oh, hopefully I can, yeah, should be okay. So, we're going to put these together. Boop. Lower the opacity again. Add the next detail on the new layer. So the new detail is going to be the padlock. Whoop. Whoop. I'm going to do it a fairly large padlock. I'm going to try to think of a cool design for this padlock as well. It can't be a skull. That's what I'm telling myself. It can't be a skull. I draw skulls way too often. Alright, so let's just make sure these aren't going outside into that area. And get rid of the stuff underneath that we don't need. Boop, boop. Here we go. Okay, cool design for padlock. It could be a magic padlock. It could be some sort of like weird, but I do gems all the time too. I was gonna make it like some sort of weird gem. It doesn't have like a keyhole or anything, so it doesn't unlock with a key as most padlocks would. It unlocks with like the other gem or something, and you hold it near it, and then it opens up. Sorry, I need to stretch a little bit. I like the idea. I like the concept of a padlock that opens by something other than a key. It's not a new idea, I'm sure it's been done a million times, but I still like the idea of it. Okay, what about I do a top like this? This padlock is going to be so big. But the padlock is kind of like one of the features I like most about the treasure chest. Which I guess is kind of odd. I don't know. It's just, it can be an interesting feature. And then I could make it like a really bizarre shape, like it's a spiky padlock. Explain that. I was almost there. I was just mucked up how to finish up the other end. Okay, this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Spiky padlock. Okay. How it opens? It's a mystery. It's a puzzle. Like, whoever wants to access this particular treasure chest is going to have to figure out how that's stuff to open up this spiky padlock. I'm leaving it at that. Mystery. Alright. Okay. Let's put, I'm sort of thinking like a bracket to reinforce around here. I think I'm also going to say that treasure chests have to be cursed. They have to have a curse on them so that if you try to cheat or like break it open without, using the lock, you're going to end up with curse. You're going to end up with some sort of horrible, ailment or something. So don't cheat on treasure chests. Don't even try to cheat. You will regret. I don't know what this is right now. I just kind of wanted to put some kind of little foot thingy on it for some reason. I don't know. Just to make it a bit more interesting, I guess. Come on now. I'm trying to get this shape right. That's good enough, I think. Get rid of the bit underneath that we don't need. Bye, 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 bye. That'll do. I don't know, it's made up. It's made up, it can't be wrong. Alright, and let's add one to this side as well. I've already forgotten how it goes. So this angle to this, to down, down, across, and then down and in, and then a little foot bitty. Oh lord, this is a bit trickier from this angle, I've got to say. Yep, it's made up, it can't be wrong. There we go. It's one of the little toe bits showing a little bit. Alright, now one more of these dealies. At about this height. Why do I do this to myself? Down, in, foot. There we go. I think. Oops, didn't mean to zoom out quite that far. Okay, it's coming together. It's got weird little feet things on it now. What else? What else? Is it made out of wood? Cursed wood? I often don't change my brush thickness either when I'm drawing these things, but today, I mean, there's no rules. I do what I want when it comes to art stuff. They don't have to be the same thickness. It's made out of cursed wood. That's what I've decided. There we go. Yep. And anything else? I could add some sort of like, you know, like spiky things out here. I don't know if that's like too much. Nothing's too much, is it? I guess I'll duplicate that in case I decide I don't like the spiky bits. I've already had another idea for the next thing to add to this. Let's just put some little... Nah, I don't want it to look... I want it to just look smooth. Alright, let's go in with the colour, because we spent a little while on that. I think I'm going to pick some like different colours that I would usually do. So straight away I wanted to make the latch area this like really bright, really bright green colour for some reason. Whoop. Maybe that back plate will be different. Back plate can be a different type of green, or like a darker version of this slightly different green. Yeah, just like so slight. Yeah, wild colours. Wild colours, why not? This bit can be slightly darker again, slightly green again, because there would be a plate underneath here that you can't really see. And that lucky bit, I'll go the opposite, like a bit brighter and a bit yellower. Heh. It's not very different, is it? Brighter, yellower. Good enough. Okay, and so I like that. The lock. The lock. This is some sort of like, I don't know, unbreakable alloy. Unknown to all, but you can't break it. Oh my god. I totally choked on tea. Okay. Okay. That's what happens. I don't pay close enough attention to what I'm doing. And what I was doing was drinking. And now I'm suffering a little bit. Okay. Let's keep going. Lock. Thinking yellow here. But like a much warmer yellow. And then blue down here? Yellow and blue is kind of like my favorite color combo. Still coughing a bit. Yellow and blue. And the lucky bit. You like a bit of a brighter yellow than the base. This needs to be a bit more orangey. Okay. Go. And the material for the rest of the treasure chest. I was kind of thinking something like a purpley grey. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop. Done. I mean, for the base. We've got to change these up. Got to have some variation, so slightly darker, slightly more saturated. Okay, that was a bit too much. Slightly. Oh my gosh, it's still a big change. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And here, this one can be slightly lighter, slightly bluer. Good. This one can be a bit more saturated, slightly more pink. Slightly more saturated. Okay, and this, the top, I think is going to be lighter and a bit bluer. And then the top again is going to be like a bit brighter because it's be catching the light. This side needs some shadow. I wouldn't usually, again, today, I don't care. It's like I'm doing what I feel. What I feel. So we're going to just drop this in, these as well, this as well, and half of this. I haven't even filled the color here yet, obviously, but that does not matter. Okay, it's already on multiply. Good, cool. And yeah, I'm only just going to darken out that side. I'm not going to do full shadows over the whole thing. And the feetsies can be a dark purpley blue kind of a color, slightly more blue. Something like that. Let's do a zoom out, shall we? Okay, let's have a look about... I can't. I can't do it because it's all on the same thingy. This color maybe needs to be ever so slightly more saturated. It's a bit better. And then also this one I feel like is a little bit too light. There we go. That's feeling kind of about where I want it. I wonder if I should do the feet bright to kind of... the feet and the spikes bright to match the the latch and the lock. And maybe that I do the feet in like a really vibrant, like a red color, reddy orange. Turn that off for a second. Or I use this same one. Like if you start using like too many colors, then the thing will feel like it's not cohesive. It won't feel like one thing. If you're like too busy. Alright, well, the only other thing I'm thinking is that this the blue down here is, maybe I need to grab this color, go like a bit lighter, and then go towards blue, but not have it quite as blue as it is right now, because I was a little bit not meshing with the rest. Kind of like this blue-green. And the only other thing, I think I could get away with doing the feet like a little bit more orange. Yeah, that feels better to me now. And the spikes, maybe I use this yellow. Yeah. Feels better that way. Okay, I'm leaving it. That's it. I'm calling it done. That's my, come on now. Cursed treasure chest. Oof, long name. Okay. Alright, we got us, oh, I forgot one more thing. The texture. Alright, where do we want to position this? Like, all the scratchy bits, or the smoother bits. Could kind of come in with this darker area. Kind of want it to be smooth, I think. So I'll pick the smoother part of the paper texture. That'll do. Select, reverse, delete, deselect. What does it look like on overlay? Wow, it looks so different, and I don't like it. Dodge. Nope. That's kind of cool. I don't mind that at all. Let's try the usual burn. What did it look like burn versus multiply? Looks good. I feel like I'm gonna have to get more towards purple. So this is orange. I think purple's at this end. Yeah, it is. Something more like that. A bit closer to what it was. Maybe knock this down to like 30. Come on now. There we go. Pretty good. Oh, wow. Okay, I've got a sword. A very, very big sword. Things are not to scale. Don't worry about it. A sword, a treasure chest, a monster head, a scrap that's not meant to be there. There we go, fixed. Oh, I'm so chilly. Okay. Oh yeah, I did have something come to mind before. I remember now. Okay, it's a pretty simple one. Let's just start it. It was gonna be like a little spirity dude. Maybe with some little boopties on top. go. I wasn't even, yeah, I was kind of thinking to not even really give it outlines, just sort of, you know, the pardon me, I'm still suffering from choking on tea. That line was kind of a mistake, but actually I kind of like that expression. And that's it. Done. It's art. I might duplicate this layer. Put it. I'll do the top one, and I'll do a blur over the top. It kind of already looks interesting, so I'm going to do it again. Oopsie. Duplicate. Now this one I need to blur. Maybe I color it first. I'm kind of thinking like I'm going to put it as a dodge layer. Whoa! Protect. There we go. Alright, so let's blur that. Quite strong. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. And now I'm going to set this to good old dodge. I need to make sure we set this to pass through. There we go. So now he's got a funny little glow about him. And we'll do one more dodge layer. Whoopsie. Dodge, please. There we go. Should I use this color? Let's see what it looks like. I'm kind of thinking of just putting some little pieces and bits and bobs around him. No, it's too different. This might work. Let's go to 8 though. Can't believe I choked on my tea. I need just some little wiggle lines and stuff. I feel like I should keep it to the one thing. Whatever I decide to do around him. Either it's little dots or the wiggly lines. Just sort of like one thing or the other. Not make it like so different. Let's just zoom out a little bit. I don't mind these dots. Maybe I'll try, whoa, those are a bit big, aren't they? I do love this brush though. It's the best. Alright, I'm gonna do a separate layer. Also dodge. So many dodge layers. This dude's like really sparkly now. Alright, let's just clean up some of these ones that are floating a little bit too far away. And maybe we put these, oh, at least these ones underneath. Nah. Yes or no? Can't decide. I'll just get rid of this one that's kind of distracting. Yep. Nothing like any of the others. I don't need consistency. I don't need rules. We draw, we do the art, we do. Oh, we make no excuses. Um, oh, that's cute though. Yes. I like hard light, but I need it to be a bit darker. Here we go. One more. me have a look if I mess with this a bit. Yeah, that works. Yeah, there we go. I don't even need to do a bunch of different layers. I can just... That works. Saturation doesn't seem to do anything. Little ghost. Little spirity ghosty dude. He can just chill out with the treasure chest. Maybe he guards the treasure chest. That was like what gave me the idea to do it. So he is the treasure guard. That's what he's called. He's the one that will give you all kinds of curse if you try to bust this thing open without like figuring out how to undo the lock. That's what I've decided. Alright, I'm just gonna rotate this sword a tiny bit. Okay. Yeah, after that dude I didn't have any more ideas or plans jump into my head, so the next one can be, what else is it? Like adventuring, traveling. My brain straight away gave me backpack. Like the things that I would personally be carrying if I was heading up for an adventure of some kind. Or just a day trip. Backpack. But it has to be like a rugged looking backpack, I suppose. Maybe with like lots of compartments. That would be fun. I'm doing that. I'm just gonna drink some more tea and try not to choke this time. I'll just mute myself. I'll just be like, 1 sec. Yep, cold tea on a cold day. It's really doing me lots of favors. Not at all. Okay, let's start this backpack. So we're gonna start with like the main compartment, which is essentially just a rectangle. And it can be a bit, again, it can be a bit like wobbly and imperfect and whatever. Maybe not that imperfect. Let's try that again. Alright, one side at a time. One side at a time. I don't like that corner either. Come on, backpack. Be a backpack. It's a bit more rounded. It's a bit better. Now we just have to get this to happen. Good luck to my hands, I say. Oh, I guess I'll also just quickly mention that yesterday I put up a new video. It wasn't a live stream. It was a time lapse of one of the illustrations I did during a live stream. I think last week. So I finally got back into doing some video editing um, with using DaVinci Resolve, which is now my preferred video editing software. And I know this is terrible, but I don't like the shape. Sorry. Sorry! I'm going to start with something that's more like this. Not that. A bit more shapely. Not quite so perfectly rectangular as what I was doing. Yeah, so I got back into some video editing. Finally. After how long? And there's a new time-lapse. Well, my first time-lapse video now is up on my channel. Doesn't have any talking or anything. I just put like a little music track in the background. But I'm gonna keep doing that, keep adding those, because I think it's kind of good. Like, you know, the live streams are long. They tend to be 5 hours. You know, 2 hours minimum is I think the shortest ones that I've done, and then you know mostly sort of like 5 hours, and then some full day ones as well that were like really long, like 8, 9 hours. And obviously, like people might not want to watch something that long, and that's perfectly fine. So I thought it was kind of a good idea to get some short, abridged bits and pieces going, so that if there was particular artworks that people were interested in the process of, they could just watch those. It makes sense, right? Just basic stuff. Anyway, the first one's up. I'm going to try to work on getting another one done today. I'm not very fast with the video editing yet, but I'm already improving a lot. So I should be able to. I'm going to aim for a couple a week. A couple of time-lapse videos a week, sort of as my baseline. I certainly, when I'm live streaming, I tend to do a couple of illustrations at least. So, it's like it gives me quite a lot to work with. Not that I want to time lapse all of them necessarily. Some of them are a bit more interesting than others, but I'll this afternoon I'm going to work, like after I finish this stream, I'm going to work on one of the speed paints that I did, turning that into a time lapse. I think I'm kind of interested to see how that looks myself, because I feel like the speed paints are pretty interesting. They're already, well, when I say quick, an hour maybe. Gosh, I really can't get this line. Sorry, everybody. This is probably driving you all as nuts as it is me. I'm starting to get like this tightness in my chest because I can't get these lines right. Ooh, deep breath. Yeah, so I think it will be interesting to see the time lapse of the speed paints that I've done recently for the daily prompts. Finally. Which I decided with the daily prompts, I decided I'd probably try to handle most of them, if not all of them, handle them as speed paints, because that's just a good way to keep up with them. Doing them as like an illustration, it's just a bit slow, and I end up spending like too much of the stream just working on just that, which not my goal of the live streams. Which way would this go? Like, I don't know. That'll do. Right, that's my base. It maybe looks a little bit modern at this point, and I can't undo that zip, even though I've just realized I was probably going to put pockets on the side. I just can't. So it took too much pain to draw it, so I'm leaving it. Okay, so pocket number 1, we're going to add something on here. I'm just going to go absolutely ham with the pockets and just add heaps. I just kind of want to get the shapes, roughly right. Okay, so this is 1. I mean, the sword is kind of like a mix of medieval and modern with that like really pink blade, so it doesn't matter if the backpack's kind of modern looking too. We'll get something down here that's like okay, let's start with this line then. And then I want it to like stick out the side, so to make it a bit more shapely. And then let's just like tuck it like that. Okay, and then like another like rectangle-y. Does it need to overlap? Maybe if I start with this edge and line it up with that. And so, yeah, it will overlap a bit. Which basically means I'll duplicate that as a backup, just in case. Get rid of these lines. Goodbye. Goodbye. Cool. Smush this down. I'll lower the opacity again. And yeah, this pocket I was kind of thinking it's going to end up sort of overtaking this one a little bit. Maybe not after all. I really thought it would. Oh, maybe I just haven't done this line long enough. So it joins to here. It would come out to like here. And then the pocket bit would come over like that. That makes sense, I think. Let's just try to clean these lines a tiny bit. It's probably going to be good enough. Let's get rid of this stuff. Okay. It's looking compartmenty so far. These lines are a little bit messy over here. Let's just try to clean this up a tiny bit. If I can see it when it's zoomed out, it's too messy. That's what I decide. Alright, the rest is pretty okay. Yep, okay. And we'll put also a compartment on the other side. So we'll just have to pretend the zip ends like here somewhere, but you can zip it all the way down that side. It's not so bad. And then, so if I was going to pretend where the thing comes, it would be like here, and then, yep, here, and here is like where it would attach. And then it would be coming off like the top, and then it'd be kind of like yep, that'll do. So I only need the lines that stick out the edge here. This was just trying to figure out where it would sit. It's just guidelines, basically, planning lines, whatever. Now I have to awkwardly try to get rid of this. I shouldn't have put that there. I thought after I drew it, I was just like, I don't know if I need that. I kind of knew I didn't need it, but that's okay. That's probably, oops, probably pretty clean. You won't even see this. It's just my OCD, which I don't have I'm not diagnosed for, but I have pretty strong tendencies of. I want to give an edge to this. I'll show you what I mean by that. I mean like a little bit of dimension. Which is going to be apparently a little bit awkward. We're going to make it happen. There we go. Goodbye to you. Alright, let's see how that looks. Yeah, that seems okay. And then we're going to give this... this one will have a zip on the front. And this one could probably open from the top, I think. trying to think about for ease of access. I don't know what you would put in here because this is kind of in the way. I guess you just throw little bits and pieces of whatever in there. Also, I suppose there'd be a bit of a seam line here potentially. And then like maybe this pouch in particular could potentially be like removable. So I might put like a bit of a framework behind it that it attaches to. So you could like, you know, you wouldn't have to have it on if you didn't want to. I like modular things like that. You can like change the layout so it suits whatever you're doing for the day or at the time or whatever else. Oh, I should put a handle on the top too, up here. Like for picking the bag up. So literally just a super simple. Something like that. Oops, a bit too far. It's probably pretty good. What is that lump right there? I don't like that. Not entirely sure. Let's see if that's better. Yep, that's moved her out. I don't like that you can't see this handle. It feels like the strap. I feel like the angle of it, I need to change it now because it feels like it should be coming out here, but I don't want it to. So I'm going to change the angle of it slightly. Whoop. There we go. That should feel a bit better. Yep, good, good. Satisfied with that so far. And this backpack's pretty big, hey. It's like a big backpack. It's fine. I am kind of thinking of shortening this zipper and putting some thingies on here. I said that really quietly because I'm ashamed. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna shorten the zip to here. I'll do another duplicate as a backup in case I decide that I've made a horrible mistake. Okay. We have to get the zips on here as well. I think I'll put them up here and I'll do them on a different layer first. Alrighty. So I'm gonna have like thinking like two zips. This is this is already gonna be um a bit of a process. That's one. And then zipper number one. Okay. And then zipper number two. Can be falling like next to it, I suppose, but like just overlapping. No, can't quite get it. That's probably fairly decent. Man, my eraser is huge right now. Okay. What time are we at? Oh, it's like 5 to 9 in the in the AM right now for me. And I have a little mini break at 9 AM. So 5 minutes time. I'll try to get at least the lines done, or at least most of them, before I take my mini break. It's just when I feed my dog and, you know, stretch a little bit, move around a little bit. Okay, so here and here is where it's going to attach. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I don't know if this has made it easier or harder for me, but let's just see. It should be going that way. That way. 5 to midnight in the UK. Wow, wow. You're up late. Hi, Elizabeth. Nice to hear from you. Welcome to the chat and welcome to the stream. Man, I never stay up that late. I gotta get up really early in the morning, so... Well, I get woken up very early in the mornings. So I gotta go to bed nice and early as well. Alright, let's get this line happening. Come on now, brain, you can do it. This is the worst. It's always the worst thing for me to try to draw, is like to draw alongside a line I've already done. Make it even. It's always super challenging. Alright, let's get some like bracing bits on there for these. And I feel like I've come in a little bit too far on that one. So yeah, my mini break is pretty short. It's usually like maximum 20 minutes. It's usually more like 15. And yeah, I just feed my dog, have a bit of a stretch, you know, make a drink, whatever. And then I'm back to it. So that's coming up. And then after my break, I usually move on to my speed paint for the day. And then we'll see about like the last section of the stream for finishing up and stuff. We'll just see what I decide to do for that. I might come back to this or start something new. We'll just see how it goes. I kind of like this hoop. It's good. Like you could just like slip in something. I guess like a dagger or a something. I'm not sure, but I like it. Okay, I'm also going to suggest a membrane that goes along the bottom. Like my backpack has a... I'm not sure what the material is. It could be Kevlar, but it might not be. But anyway, there's a membrane on the bottom because obviously you're always sitting your backpack down on the ground and stuff. So it protects it from like wear and tear on the bottom of the backpack. And if you happen to sit it down somewhere that's a little bit damp, it also just won't soak through. So I'm going to have like a membrane suggested down here on the bottom. And a front or top for zipper in this. I think I'll just put the zippers on the front for all of these. It always blows my mind when people tell me that they're up at like anything past 10 p.m. I can't, like, I crash out around 10 p.m. I can't help it. Usually I'm in bed earlier than that because I get up at like about 5:30 in the morning. So I just can't, yeah, I have a hard time thinking of being awake later than 10 p.m. And I've never liked staying awake very late. Having said that, if I could stay in bed longer in the mornings, then maybe I would stay awake a bit later. Maybe my sleep schedule would change, but yeah, currently it's just up early. That's the way. That's the way it is. A little zipper on here. A little zipper tag thingy. And we'll do the same up here. Except we'll try to make that a little bit straighter than that. And run alongside the, again, matching lines. Like, I'm trying to match this top line, roughly. My hands don't like it. My brain doesn't like it. You need some sleeps. Oh, thanks so much, Elizabeth. That's the kindest thing. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome back anytime. I stream pretty much every single weekday at the same time, so I'd love to have you back. Yeah, hope you have a good night and have a good sleep. And yeah, hopefully I'll catch you again sometime soon. So good night for now. All right, we'll keep going. Well, it's actually right now. It's right on 9 a.m. So it is technically my mini break time. I was so determined to get through. No worries, Elizabeth. Everyone's welcome. It's very kind of you to say that. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, and hopefully I'll catch you next time. I'm just gonna try to get these last details in here. This is how you draw this is how you draw a zipper. It's my silly improvised zipper. It should just give a rough impression, right? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so this is what we've got so far. Creature head who has been slain. Some kind of mix of medieval and modern sword, the good luck tag. Guardian spirit over this cursed treasure chest with a really strange lock, which is a puzzle lock. You've got to figure out how to unlock it. And now we've got this nice, hefty backpack ready for all your adventuring, monster slaying needs. Dungeon crawling, all the things you need it for, it's there. It's there for you. Oh, I love drawing a backpack. I love it. Okay, so I think I think that's okay for the outlines for that now. I'm just like looking over it and my brain's ticking away and I'm like, should I add anything? I could add stuff into it, but I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave it as a plain empty backpack. Like it's ready to load up. It's new. It's a new backpack. It's ready for the gear. It doesn't have anything in it yet. Maybe I'll add like a little brand kind of a thing down in this corner or down in this corner. That symbol that I always love to do, which is the sort of like the triangle with the eye in it, or a triangle with a cross in it. I don't know, or just like that. That's like the brand, the little brand on the backpack, logo, whatever. Yep, I think I'm almost happy. Almost happy to leave it at that. I think I might put the same little brand image on this since it's like a removable bag, a removable accessory pocket kind of thing. Stick the little brand on there. Zoom back out again. Feels pretty good. I'd have this backpack. I kind of want to add like a little. It's a new backpack, so I'm not going to add like keychains and pins and stuff like that. And I don't think we've saved this since we started, which is always a dangerous move. So let's go. What do I usually call it? I usually call these like scribble page or something, or doodle page or something. I don't know. Doodle page, and this one can be adventure. I should theme them. I think it's a kind of a cool idea to have them all working within a loose theme, maybe. That hasn't been the way so far, but it could be the way. I kind of like doing it that way. Like it's like a set, like a themed set or something. So this one's like adventuring, monster slaying, dungeon crawling, whatever. So I think maybe from now on I'll work within a loose theme when I do these full page like doodle drawing kind of things. I think that's kind of a fun idea. So that way I can like brainstorm a bunch of themes in the evenings, and I could even like put it up as a poll on YouTube and wherever else, and people can kind of like vote on which theme they want me to go with for the day or couple of days. Sometimes I don't fill this in all in one day, so it can stretch over a couple of days. Yeah, anyways, I better stop talking for the minute because I've got to go for my little mini break. I have to make sure to take care of myself and take care of my dog. So I'm gonna put a whitewashy thing over the top. I'm gonna write a little message, and I'm gonna say, thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks so much. Um, have a good sleep. Have a good night. And I really hope to catch you again. Thanks so much for being on. I appreciate it. Alright, and I'm just going to write on here mini break, and then back, back in dot, dot, dot. And I'll grab my little timer thingy that I use so everyone knows how much longer is left. 20 min, that's the one. Boop. And I'll get my little. Does that reset? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, cool. So time for me to have my little mini break, and I'll be back maximum 20 minutes. Sometimes it's only 15, and I'll see everybody then. Okay, I'm back. 2.5 minutes to spare. Just close that down. Okay, that was good. Made myself some tea. Got my doggies breakfast ready. I did a little bit of stretching. I feel better. I feel good. Alright, so I don't want to leave this backpack half done. So I'm going to quickly fill in the colours and just sort of finish that up before I switch over to doing my speed paint for the day. The message has come through for the daily prompt. I don't know what it is yet. We're going to go over there and find out together. But yeah, I'll finish this backpack up first. I'm sort of thinking the colour scheme for this. I was sort of thinking oranges, browns, and then maybe maybe bright coloured zips, zippers, bright coloured zippers. Maybe the handle, the straps, backpack straps could be like a bright colour as well. Let's see. Let's start filling it in. So I'm kind of thinking reddish brown kind of colour. Oh, need to be canvas. There we go. Maybe slightly redder than that for the base colour. Good start, I think. And slightly different colour here. Then this like yellow, orange, green. I really love orange and green together. Yellow, orange, green maybe. Let's go a yellowish kind of a colour for this thing. This pouchy thing. How much expand have I got on my... Yeah, I should probably have that to 2. Okay, good. We'll make the inside just a little bit darker. And maybe the side slightly darker again. There we go. Give it a bit of depth. Okay, and this one will go... What did I say? Orange. So we'll go similar value to this, but we'll just move it up into orange. Oh, we'll get rid of that. Okay. This side can be... Okay, that was too much. Just like slightly darker. And then the back side, this one slightly darker again. And this one we'll do as a green to like change it up a bit. I know I've already gone like pretty colorful, but you know, it's just happening organically. It's just happening as it's happening. So not overthinking it. Yeah, I didn't have my expand high enough for these. I can see edges. Alright, let's just hit these sections up again. That's probably okay. Okay, and then oof, what happened to my voice just then? It went funny. I'll do all the little reinforcement bits with this same sort of brown kind of color. The logo I'll think about in a second. This bar is going to be metal, so I'm just going to go with a pretty simple grey kind of color for that. The handle, maybe I'll use this brown color for the handle. I'll pick myself a green for here. I don't think I want it to be this saturated, and I want it to be sort of like an army green. Too bright. Maybe too saturated. A bit more towards yellow. Yeah, something like that. I'll grab something a little bit darker again. Do this side. And then maybe something slightly brighter for the top. Or do I... Nah, I'll leave it at that for now. I feel like the darker bit is like too much. Too little. That'll do. And just round this out a bit. Come on now, be the shape I need you to be. Okay, that's good enough. So the handles, the straps I should say. Oh, and this is a pocket too. Mm, what color? Maybe, what's the difference between this and this? It's actually pretty close on the color. So maybe I'll just go like slightly different, or should I just leave it as like it's sort of part of the, I'm not entirely sure. I'm having a hard time deciding that one. Like less saturated, slightly darker, and then slightly back towards orange. So essentially brown, but a more different kind of brown. I think that's okay actually. Yeah, I think that kind of works. I'm just quickly replying to a message. All right. All right. Just these straps, like the backpack straps, as maybe the only part, and I feel like this is a bit too much. I guess that lip can stay a bit brighter. Okay, so do I do this color? That does kind of work. Yeah. These don't stand out very different, like very much, but maybe I could do the handle like slightly different, like a bit darker and a bit less saturated in color, just to make it stand apart from the straps a little bit. Okay, I think that works. The logo, I think I want to go something that works with this. Maybe I'll even just sort of grab this orange and this yellow. Although I should use maybe this one for the side. Yeah, that probably works. Yeah. And the one that's sort of more in the light, I can use the brighter colors. Okay. And now I've just got to think about the zips. Do I want to do what I said and go with like a wild bright color for the zips? Or do I want to just sort of make it a bit more harmonious? What did I do here? How did I do that? There we go. Whoops. I must have clicked by accident. I think I meant this one. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'll try doing the zips in a really ridiculous color and see how we feel about it. So, because of all the jaggedy lines, I can't really fill it in easily, so I'm just gonna do it by hand. The zipper pull pieces can be slightly different, but we'll keep the really bright blue, like, well, whatever the zip color I decide can just be across the board. Like always that bright color. Alright, let's see what we think about that. It's pretty wild. Because I've done it on a different layer, I actually can do the old, that was a good move, the old hue shift and just see if there's something that sort of stands out as being a better choice, potentially. I don't mind the pink. I don't mind the bright pink. Like the sword. Let's try the other end. Yellow is also not too bad. Don't mind the green either. I think at the moment I'm kind of partial to the green, the yellow green. Bit of a tough choice. I'm gonna go with that. And then I'll just color shift slightly for the zipper pulls, and I might lean towards yellow, just to make them like stand out a little bit. Oops. And I might do those back on the base color layer. There we go. Zoom all the way out. I think that's kind of interesting. Not too bad. I'll get the texture over the top, as usual. Pasted right in the exact layer, or almost the exact layer that I wanted. Lots of the things I've been drawing today have been like pretty much the exact right size to fit the height of the texture without having to rotate it. Since I decided this was like a new backpack, I don't want it looking crazy, crazy textured already. So select, reverse, delete, deselect, change it to, let's see what it looks like on multiply. I still like burn as my preferred. There we go, just adds a little bit of something on there. And I'm going to duplicate the color layer and just maybe bump the brightness a tiny bit, because that and the saturation a tiny bit as well, because putting that layer over the top. Let's see about changing the hue of the texture layer as well. Makes such a big difference, it's wild. Just trying to figure out where I want it to be. Like that really desaturates the colors. That makes them much more green. Yeah, I think I kind of like it where it was. Maybe one towards yellow, and I'll just drop the saturation of it a little bit. Maybe the original colors are fine. Good girl, Gigi. You have your breakfast? Good girl. Gigi just got up out of bed finally. Good girl. She's a lady of leisure. She's just moseying her way over to her food bowl to grab her breakfast. It was a final, like very subtle detail. I wanted to just add a little shiny bit onto here. Maybe like that. I don't know if it's even going to be noticeable, but that's okay. And then just like a little bit of a darker area here and here. Yeah, why not? Alright, so this is where we got up to for this morning. Let's name this Fresh Backpack, because it's brand new. It's new and fresh. Okay. Let's plop this dude down here for now. Alright, so this is where we got up to for the morning for my little unplanned sketch page, which I will continue to fill up either today or tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. One way or the other, we will continue to fill this in until it's a full page. And for now, we're going to go and find out what the daily prompt is from the art group. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, I just saw it. Okay, it's cavern. Okay, so the prompts have been very much within a particular range of themes lately. So there's been like the gemstone thing yesterday. So the purple fluorite. And then there's been like pickaxe and TNT, minecart, like, so it's all very sort of like mining-y. Hello. How do I say it? Bryce Seedits. Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm just discovering that the daily art prompt is cavern, and it's going to be time to find a little reference image and do some speed painting over here in ArtRage. We're going to start a new painting real quick. I tend to do my speed paints on A5, high resolution A5. Alright, and we're going to just find a little reference image cave. You're on the same server, the art club on Discord. Is that what you mean? Well, that's awesome. If that's the case, that's cool. I haven't really properly met anyone on there yet, so that's cool. That's awesome. Good to meet you. Are you... What is this about block? I don't need that. Are you... do you do the daily prompts as well? Ah, that's awesome. That's so cool. Time to spam the little... the little heart emoji. That's awesome. Oof, look, we're going to get some cool stuff for caves. Look at that. That's awesome. I don't even know what's going on. Water, I guess. Amazing, perfect reflection. Like a mirror. I did have one... What's going on here? Oh, there's little people in there. I could do an alien in there. Haha, yes. Spam. Awesome. Can never have too many love hearts, I don't think. There's no problem with that. These are cool vibes. Man, look at that. That's so incredible. As much as I would love to do something this beautiful, I have to remind myself that if it's got too much detail, I might not get through it quickly enough, so I have to pick my reference picture accordingly. Yeah, they're amazing, aren't they, these caves? Look at them, they're so beautiful. I'm especially fond of things like this where they've lit up the water and it's got this like beautiful blue-green color. It's like glowing, it's like illuminated. So beautiful. I love that. Ooh, so pretty. Okay. But maybe a little bit complicated. This is kind of cool. Like the opening of a cave. I could have that and then like a figure standing, like the silhouette of a figure, potentially. I think I do want to do something like classic cave, like with the stalagmites and stalactites and stuff. Oh my goodness, this would be such a challenge. All these textures and shapes and shadows and stuff. Such a challenge. Man. Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable how pretty. Okay, I have to keep myself on target here a little bit because I could get easily. Oh my goodness, though. That's insane. What is this? Fingal's Cave. That's wild. I like this so much. Oh no. Oh no. That's the one I'm that's the one I'm gonna choose. It's like arguably one of potentially just among the hardest of the ones that I saw. Oh no, it's okay. I'm gonna try. What was it? Fingals. Fingal. Fingals Cave. Reference. Alright, let's see how we go with this. It's gonna be a huge challenge. Like, I love these shapes. I love all these geometric shapes. And obviously it's got that beautiful, just amazingly blue water, so it's got all the things I like. It also has the things that are quite challenging for me. So let's try. Let's try. Um, let's grab grab that reference image and drag it on in. I love learning about these sorts of things too. Like, I've never seen that before. I don't think. You know, not that I can remember. I don't think I've ever seen this image before. This cave. So it's brand new. Yes, you are exactly right. You are exactly right, my friend. This does look very hard. Um, I might start regretting this choice partway in, but I'm just gonna try to simplify it as much as I can. Even the one I did yesterday for the purple fluorite was a bit challenging because it had these similar geometric shapes. So, oh my goodness, let's just I don't know, brace ourselves for this challenge. It's gonna be a tough one. All right, I'm gonna work probably about at this level of zoom. So here we go. I'm gonna try to lay down. I'll just grab a color from in here. I'm gonna try to lay down roughly what the layout is. So there's chunkety bits here. Boop, 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 boop. Goes all the way back, and then along like this, and then up. Right, and then no, kind of like this angle, and then jaggedy bits up to the ceiling, and then there's the ceiling again, kind of comes like down, 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 and there's this amazing arch-like shape at the end, like this. The water meets right about here, and then you've got another jaggedy edge. Okay, where should this come out? This should end over here approximately. Something like that. And then we have sort of like a lower shelf of things over here. And then another smaller things jutting out. This is taking a lot of concentration, so my words are going to be a bit fumbly. This is going to take all of my brain power. Okay, so that's the low shelf. Boop, 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 boop. I'll see if this line art helps me or not. It might actually impair my ability to paint. We'll see. If it doesn't help, I'll just throw down colors instead. How does this go? It goes like to here and then something like that. And then there's lots of lines coming down. And there's big pillars over here. There's like a ledge here, a ledge here as well. Alright, that's probably gonna have to be my... There's still something funny around here. What is it? Down and then diagonal from here. It comes down much lower. That's what the problem is. It comes down to here. And then... Okay, Gigi. Gigi needs to go outside. I'm just gonna have to go open the door for her quickly. Since when did I use a soft eraser? I don't think I used that. There we go. Hello, I'm gonna try saying your name. Leonidas? Hopefully I've said that right. Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome to what might be the most difficult thing I've ever attempted to paint. Welcome. I think my plan is to put this as my rough guide, and then just paint in my blobs of color as I usually do. Alright, I've quickly got to open the door for my dog. I'll leave my headset on. Oh, and I just got to go AFK for like 10 seconds. Alright, Gigi, come on. She's just had her breakfast and now she needs a little bit of outside time. Good girl. Alright, I'm sure she'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright, let's go. Oh, yes, almost right. Hey, hey. You heard everything. Well, Bucky, hi. Hi, good to see you. Welcome back. We're about to start an extremely challenging, potentially bad decision. What we're going to try. Painting. Look at these beautiful colors though, it's like wild. I'm going to try not to have any regrets because look at these colors. So beautiful. Thanks for being in the chat with me, everybody. It's awesome to have you all in here. It's great. It always makes streaming so fun to have people to chat to. Very glad to have you all along as you potentially watch the greatest struggle of your life while I attempt to make this happen as quickly as physically possible. Oh, Vucky, do you know the name? I'm not familiar with it. I said it as Leonidas, but I'm not. Apparently that's almost right. I've personally never heard of it before. If it's in reference to something, pardon my ignorance. A Greek name. I thought it sounded, yeah, kind of along those lines. Certainly, I'm not familiar with the Greek language really myself, so yes, please pardon my ignorance. All right. I had to start with the water area because it's the most exciting to me. So this is almost halfway of the, so around about here. Yeah, it comes down about that far. I'm gonna have to start finding my reference points within the painting as I'm putting these colors down. Definitely. I'm really excited to do. Oh, I'm looking at it again. Oof. I'm still really excited to do it. But goodness gracious, it's going to be a tough one. About a third of the way in, so right about here. And then some darker colours about here and here. Is that a new one? A new one for you, Leonidas? Is that an that's like a new interpretation for you, potentially? So dark patch right over this light area, so right about here. Oh no, that's going in too far. And there's like a darker area right about here. Comes down. It's a cool name though. It's interesting. Very interesting name. I like it. Even if it's a little bit challenging, I think that's good. Expose people to new things, I say. Alright, Gigi's back already. I've gotta go get her at the door. She's pouring at the door. Wanting to come back in. Not there she is yipping now. Man, she's cute. Alright, Gigi, I'm coming. It's a pretty chilly weather. Pretty chilly weather today where I am, so I don't want to leave her out there too long. Come on. Good job. Good job, little dog. Close this up. Hey. Good job. Good job. She's so happy now. She probably needs a hug. Okay. Good job, little puppy. She's absolutely not a puppy. She's like 13 and a half years old. But I still call her puppy. She needs some little pets. She's got a life of luxury, this little girl. Yeah. Yeah. She agrees. She knows. She's not foolish. Good girl. Alright, I gotta go back now, okay? And come and hop on your blankets. Come on. Come on. Come hop on your blankets. She wants every time she eats. She wants a chew treat. Like a dentachew kind of thing. Oh, you like the painting technique? Come back. I only just had to go away from the monitor for a moment. Yeah, it's fun. It's a really fun technique. Just kind of like slapping down the colors really loose. And this program in particular is really fantastic for it because I'll zoom right in just so you can see what it looks like. Maybe even a little bit more. 80. You can see it like really imitates like brush strokes and paints really well. Like, you know, and the colors, like they blend really nicely as well. Like it really behaves like wet paint. Blows my mind. I love it. So this is my painting program, and I use FireAlpaca for more illustrative type things, like more cartoony, hardline kind of things, and this one for painting. So yeah, we're just gonna. This is gonna be such a challenge. Okay, I've got to find my like starting my marker points. So I've got to figure out where this is, and I'm gonna say it's like maybe here. I should probably try and capture the shelves first. So okay, come on, we can do this. Come on now, we can do this. Shelf number 1. Let's just grab some different color. Oh, that's a bit dark. Grab it from the... How did I get black? Honestly. There we go. Alright, let's just smash in some different colors. Boop, 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 boop. I'm trying to not do what I did to myself yesterday and lose my place. So this would be around about here. Oops, the dark part. Probably, roughly. Yesterday's live stream, oh man, did I struggle with that painting. You guys can go back and look over it if you like. I'll be putting up a time-lapse video of it, hopefully later today, but Lord, that was a struggle. Yes. So I'm trying to like not look at like how intensely detailed it is, and I'm trying to just look at, you know, the lines, the shapes, the really bold colors, like especially these parts. The thing is, I've got to get them roughly in the right spot. That's the hard part for me, is if I get them roughly in the right place, then I can figure out where other things go around them. So just plotting the thing out in the first place. That was not as dark as I expect. There we go. So if I start in a corner, kind of work my way out. That's a good strategy, right? That makes sense. And then we've got a plate that sits here. And then a small piece of rock. Obviously the scale is sort of, you know, slightly different, probably. I mean, this is smaller, this is bigger, so I've got to sort of try to factor that in as well. There's a lot to think about. But if I start up in some corners, alright, maybe that's a little bit too dark. That's also very dark. Well, that's what we've got. Start in the corners, start on the edges. Sort of like how you would do a puzzle. If you guys have ever done puzzles. I haven't many times, but I feel like when you're doing this, you've got to have a little bit of strategy. Alright, this guy. This is kind of this line, but this guy. I'm not even thinking about the details right now. I'm thinking only about the shapes. Now see if this lines up with all this stuff that's back here. I feel like maybe it needs to come a little bit closer to the edge. And those are actually sideways thingies, but that doesn't matter too much for now. Alright, yeah. So this guy kind of runs at a slight angle. Probably sits around about there. So let's adjust this shadow part a little bit. Good. The one that's on the community tab on my YouTube channel, if that's the one, then yes, that's my dog. That's my little girl. She's a little grey, a small grey cavoodle. That's Gigi. That's who I was just talking to before. She's always right nearby. That's where my my username comes from as well. Sleepy Voodle. Like Voodle is just short for cavoodle. And yeah, she's pretty much just always like sleeping, napping. Ah, there she goes. Hi, yeah, I'm talking about you. Are you saying hi to everyone? Oh, you're such a good girl. Yeah. She always gets a bit energetic after her after her breakfast. But she just has to stay patient, and then when I finish for the day, I take her out, you know. Take her out for a WALK. I don't like to, yeah, if I say the word, she'll get a bit too excited, so I won't say it. Good girl. I have to keep going, okay? I have to keep painting. Go over on your blanket, okay? She's a really good girl. Really, really sweet girl. Alrighty. What was I doing? Okay, yeah, these shapes. And then this one. And then this one. Okay. And we'll come come to this one, which is about here. And here. Oh, absolutely you can. Absolutely you can. If actually if any of you guys ever want to draw Gigi, even if it's just like the quickest little sketch, I would love to see it. It makes me so happy. I love it, love it, love it when anyone ever does a little illustration of Gigi. It's like just makes me so happy. I love it. Please do. That's actually why I put them up there. If anyone wants to ever use them as a reference, do a little caricature of Gigi. Would make my day. Honestly, it would be brilliant. So yes, please do. Alright, we can absolutely make a thing out of this, everybody. We can make this work. It's going to be extremely challenging. And we've got to try to keep moving fairly quickly. You've got to just trust the process of filling it in bit by bit and trying. Okay, this lines up. This actually lines up with this, the shadow of this. This is quite a wide piece, so that makes sense. Okay, got a little. It's actually not that long, so I've got like something that juts up into it. Let's just pull some of that back because it's so hard to go over the paint once you put it there. These shapes are going to be wild. And how does this stand out from it? Like, there's a dark patch. Is that the right one? Yes. A dark patch right there. It comes to this juts in here, here, and here. Okay. I'm working a little bit more slowly than I did yesterday, just because I really I need to get the shapes. I want to spend that little bit of time getting the shapes in the right place, so that I don't fall into the same trap yesterday where I didn't know where things were and things weren't lining up, and I had to just keep sort of like painting over the top, and yeah, I struggled and I suffered. Let's not do that again. This is cool. It's like cracked here. There's like most minute details I find interesting. Alright, this might be a little bit high, but once we meet these two parts together, it should start to make some sense. Okay. And then we've got a really bright bit here, which is apparently this insane blue. I'm fine with that. And I'm happy to just add in some crazy blue. I think it'll look cool, actually. Okay. There's like a slab here. And there's a bright white patch here. And then a green patch there. And then some more little white bits there. I mean, you could never capture all of the detail in this thing. It's unbelievable. Got to start by roughing in the blobs of color, and I did talk about that a little bit yesterday. when I was doing the speed paint for yesterday. Basically, just you gotta have faith in the process and just work your way through it little bit by little bit, filling in. You gotta try to see it as blobs of color, shapes of color. Okay. Because if you focus on how many things there are in this picture, you probably just go crazy before you ever finish it. Oh, I would anyway. I think I'd just straight up lose my mind trying to. If I was trying to draw just this rock, I would go nuts. But I can make this big patch of color and this patch of color, and then come back to it later and keep adding in more. Okay, the top part of that rock, and then this, which I'm thinking is this one right here. So there's a bit of disjoint. Well, you got to start somewhere. It's gonna look like it's gonna look a little bit crappy for a while. That's just how these things start while you're blotching in the color, blotching in the first shapes. So I'm just gonna like extend these down a little bit. Oops. It's never gonna be an easy task, but we'll get there. Oopsie daisies, there we go. Okay, so here, that. There's not that much to it. You're really just finding the shapes, filling in the rough shapes. And that I feel like this, the software I'm using does, in a way, it does, it works with you, it helps you because the paint, the way that it emulates paint is so good, so impressive that it looks really good. It looks really nice. So using, if you're painting, you're digital painting, and you're using software that looks like paint, I mean, you're already at an advantage there. Maybe this should have come down lower. I suppose, yeah, I did push everything down, so I may as well just like push the ceiling down a little bit too. I don't have as much to reference up in this section, so it's a bit more tricky. Where's this one with this crack? Oh, that must be this. Okay, cool. I'll just shape that up a bit more. And that one's got like a darker point up here. And the other thing with this, I'm going to try to describe it. I'll probably do a bad job, but I'll try. The other thing with this software is when the paints do, the virtual paints, like blend and stuff, you'll have pigments coming out of other pigments. Like that's how advanced it is. So I don't know how to say. You might be using a brown and then you're mixing in another color to it, and like red will come out of the brown because the brown is made with red in it. Like it behaves so much like, like actual real life paint that it just completely blows my mind. When I first realized that one day when I was doing a painting in this software, and I was just like, what the? It's like that advanced. It's pulling pigments out of other pigments. Oh, there's a. Actually, you know what I'll do? For finer details, so that I don't have to keep changing my sizes, I'll use the little brush. Oops. Brush thingy. Where is that? That's sort of here. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a free demo. You can see the name up there. It's called ArtRage. Yeah, it's so good. It's different from other software. Like it took me a little while to get used to it anyway. but it's so powerful and so unique. I feel like it's well worth the investment. It's not crazy expensive either. It's actually, I think it's still half price currently, so you can get um, ArtRage 6 for like $40 at the moment, which is pretty damn good when you think like back in the day, Photoshop used to be like 7 grand or something crazy like that. And yeah, it's not a monthly subscription or anything. You just buy it one time and you can actually install it on, like if you've got a couple of different computers in your house, they'll give you, you've just got the product key and you can install it on different computers that you have in your house. So it's so good. I really can't speak highly enough of it. And I recently upgraded to the newest version, which I think is called Vitae, something like that. But I'm not sure if it's like that upgrade or that newest one is necessary. It's like got a few extra features and stuff, but so far it seems pretty much exactly the same as ArtRage 6. And ArtRage 6 is quite a bit cheaper. So, you know, if anyone's curious to try the software, yeah, jump on the website, go take a look. Pretty sure you can do like a free demo. It's on sale. I'll actually, I know this is a slight interruption. I don't want to say it's on sale when it's not. I think it still is. Yeah, there you go. 50% sale. It's still going. I think it's only going to be a couple more days. So this is maybe my final shout out for anyone that might be interested in this software. Um, yeah, I think this 50% off is only a couple more days. So if you're feeling keen, jump on it. And that's all I'll say about that. Oh, look how much I've filled in so far. I'm tempted to jump to other areas, but I could jump to this corner just to move around a bit. Oops, my shortcuts are still a bit not quite right on my tablet. Okay, let's try to make this happen. What is this? This is a good reference shape. Get that in there. Am I getting this in the right spot though? That's the real question. Yeah, I've always been one of those people that loves trying all sorts of different drawing programs. So I've tried probably pretty much all of them. Yeah, no, there's so many good things I can say about this software. The fact that it's not a subscription, awesome. Just a once off. Like kudos to the developers for doing that. Like the people behind this software. Like thank you, thank you for not making it a subscription. Subscription things suck. I don't like them either. Um, or at least have the option of a once off purchase. At the very least. For people that like just really can't afford another monthly bill. Yes, so once off payment, very, very reasonably priced in my opinion, especially at the moment while it's on sale, like $40 for something this powerful. And personally, which I find to be such an amazing piece of software, very, very good. So yeah, great pricing, one-time purchase. I'm not sponsored or affiliated in any way, shape, or form. I just love the software so much that I just kind of want to do a bit of a shout out for it. And just let people know about it because I feel like it's not necessarily all that well known. So yeah, I've always got the link to the software I use in the description of my videos anyway. There's like nothing more frustrating for me when I'm watching when I find an artist and I like it takes me ages to figure out what software they're using because yeah, I've always just been really curious about it, about trying painting software. It's just a bit of a fun for me. So I've tried Photoshop, GIMP, Krita, Paint Tool Side 2, FireAlpaca, which is now my default drawing program. I love it. It's free and it's awesome. It's so good. I also can't say enough about FireAlpaca. There's brushes you can download. There's all sorts of stuff. And it's quite light running software. Like I feel like some of them, the reason I didn't like Krita, although it's very powerful and I'm not dissing it in any way. I know, right? I'm not dissing Critter in any way. I just found that it was very heavy because it was so powerful and yeah, it kind of weighed down my PC. I had lag and I've got quite a good PC. Maybe I was doing something wrong. It might have been some problem on my end. But yeah, I found it laggy and couldn't really use it. So sorry about that, Critter. um, yeah, I've tried so many different software over the years. That's the main point I'm really just making. And the two that I've settled on is ArtRage for painting and FireAlpaca for illustration. But yeah, this software is and if anyone's curious, I think you can see I'm using the oil brush. So this software does sort of like mimic traditional mediums, and for the most part, it does an extraordinarily good job. There's a few things that are maybe could use a bit more refining, but everything is like just almost perfect. Like it's amazing. There's pencils, there's pastels, which I also use. They're great. The paint roller is really good. The pen is really good. There's even like palette knives. So this is mostly for smudging, blurring, smearing. So how the software works is, you pick your tool down here, and then you've got presets, and that's more or less all there is to it. You can refine them a tiny bit more up here if you want to. I tend to not really bother. I just want the basic tools. Um, yeah, and I use mostly the oil, and I like the normal round. But you can obviously test out all these different presets, see how they work, find what you like. Super good stuff. Uh, just I've just got a message I need to reply to real quickly, so it'll just take me 1 minute. I'll just be I'll just be suspiciously quiet for 1 minute because I'm just quickly replying. Streaming. Just an art buddy of mine checking in. We kind of like just like look out for each other. Yeah, just check in with each other. Try to encourage each other to do drawings. He comes around, visits me sometimes, and we just like have painting sessions and stuff. It's really good. I love painting with other people, drawing with other people. Sort of part of what drew me to start live streaming in the first place. Just having some company and having a bit of a chat. It's really great. I think it's good for me. Okay, so I've got this shape out here. Then we've got a really sort of a funny like this. Is that right? That way. It's almost flat. Okay. I've done that at a bit of a... It's almost flat. Like that. sure. And then some dark area. I've got like a little bit of brown, and then we've got sort of this dark. And then dark here as well. Kind of slowly making strides. Like something I like to do when I'm painting is like to zoom like way out, and then you can kind of see, you know, it's slowly filling in, it's slowly taking shape. I always suggest to people to just do a nice zoom out every now and again. And also I found that working too close, like too zoomed in, doesn't work very well for me. Because it's better to see the whole thing as you work. Maybe like once you've filled most of it in and you need to like zoom in for little details here and there, but it's just a suggestion. But I think as you're filling in the work, like right when you start, it's good to see the whole thing all together. I think, you know, that's just a suggestion. Oh, look, there's green. There's all this green up here. That's cool. Can I get like a brighter green? And I guess I'll quickly also mention for anyone that like potentially is gonna try ArtRage and like might be just wondering about the tools. So the oil brush, when I'm doing it, I'm doing like lots of strokes, blub, 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 like really fast to put the color down. Because if you put the color down and then you come in with something different and you stroke, like it'll do a stroke, but then it will start blending it in, which is amazing. But if you want to go over the top, you kind of have to then like smush the color onto it again, like with lots of strokes. So you're having to like apply to go over the top kind of thing. If that makes sense. I hope that helps. Just to get the hang of the tools a little bit. Okay, so back over here I've got, I should be working up from the corner, so I better keep doing that. So some dark areas here. There's this, whatever the heck this tiny little light spot is. Where is that? White bit here, light bit here. There we go. It's literally just like filling in a puzzle. And we come into a light part. Hopefully around about here. And then a dark bit, and then a light bit. Oh gosh, light, dark, light, dark again. There's so much going on in this picture that I can't even fill in big spaces of color. For like I could have done the river, and I could have done these chunks, then these chunks, but you know, I've felt as though I needed to approach this a little bit more strategically because of how much light and shadow and shape there is. So starting from the edges and starting from the corners, I'm hoping is going to result in things falling into place. I'm potentially bogging myself down a little bit with detail because I should try to fill the whole thing in as quickly as I can to make sure all the shapes are fitting, if that makes sense. I guess I've got my line art underneath, so that's something. I would just hate to like start from all the corners and move into the middle and then things don't line up in the middle, but maybe I can get like, so this is pretty central to everything. Maybe if I can like squint my eyes, and it's funny, my line art's actually, I feel like my line art's not that far off. Yeah, I work both. I like to do digital and traditional. Um, so I started traditional a long time ago when I was young, but digital wasn't wasn't really a thing when I was like back when I was a kid. Um, then I got into digital stuff maybe my mid to late teens, so like high school. But there was only two programs at the time, so it was like Photoshop or Corel Paint, which I believe is still around. But yeah, that's it was those two or nothing, and you kind of had to acquire them, from a friend or something, because they were thousands and thousands of dollars to purchase a legitimate copy, which what 18-year-olds got like $7,000 to buy for? I don't know, not me. Um, so I just noticed the shape is off on this thing a bit. So anyway, I got way into digital stuff, and that became my focus for a long time. A lot of years, and then I started missing traditional stuff. And that was sort of recent in the last 2 years, 3 years. So I started doing more traditional stuff again, which has been great. And then I was finding that doing art by myself was really lonesome. So I I decided, well, live streaming. Live streaming is the answer. So here I am back on digital. At least for now. I'm still trying to keep up with traditional stuff as well. And uh, and I'm hoping that in future I can do live streaming while I do traditional work as well. Work with traditional mediums. That would be really cool. I think I got to sort out the filming situation. It's a bit more difficult. I feel like you need a little bit like different equipment to live stream traditional stuff. You got to have like a whole camera set up, and I don't have that. Whereas this is literally just streaming my computer monitor, no problem. Didn't need anything new. Yeah, the I think you're right, Leonidas. That there's pros and cons to traditional and digital. I feel like one's definitely not better than the other, and there's things to be learned from both. I feel like my traditional helps my digital, and vice versa. So they definitely both have their merits. Like digital is obviously it's nice and clean in terms of like you haven't got paint going everywhere. You don't have materials all over the space, all over the place. You need a computer and maybe a graphics tablet of some kind, and you're good to go. Whereas obviously traditional, you could be basic and just like use basic tools like a pencil and a sketch pad. There's nothing wrong with that. But once you want to get into painting, you've got to have your different colors. You've got to have your water, your brushes, etc., etc. So it can get a bit more messy. You've got to have a bit more space potentially for traditional stuff as well. Um, so yeah, that's a difference. One's potential. I would say digital's like in some ways it's maybe slightly more convenient, but then obviously like you're not going to draw in a park probably outside or in a park unless you've got an iPad, which I don't. Maybe one day. I'd love to have an iPad and have a go of Procreate. That's one software that I've never really used because I've never had an iPad. So maybe I can have a go of like on a friend's one or something sometime. Looks really great. I've watched like other people have posted videos and stuff painting using Procreate, and it looks like such great software. It does, it really does. But what's happened here? Do 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 do. And that's what happens when you don't work from the corners, boys and girls. Looks like great software. Want to try it. One day. One day I will. But Apple products are so expensive. Ain't no joke. The other day I was looking at like the top recommended like monitors for artists and graphic designers and stuff. And I looked at the Apple one, and there was another brand which I'd never heard of before, and I can't remember. Apologies. But the Apple ones, my God, thousands of dollars. I think the one I looked at was like $3,500 to $4,000 just for the monitor. You have a digital tablet. Oh, I see. Oh, wow, that's a pretty ancient one. I've been through a few different tablets now. I've always had the Wacom brand. Um, they always just seemed like the way to go, at least at the times when I've been purchasing my tablets. But my first one was, I don't remember what it was called. It was a very early model of a Wacom. Didn't have pressure sensitivity or anything like that, which to this day I still remember like breaking my brain trying to figure out how to get the pressure sensitivity working, and it wasn't a thing with that tablet. So, well, you know, um, that was a bit sad. Okay, I need one of these lighter colors in here. What was I saying about things? Oh yeah, and then I went to like the Wacom ooh, Intuos 3, Intuos 2. I don't remember. It was too long ago. And now I've got like the I think it's the Intuos Pro or something. That's the last tablet I purchased. It was still, several years ago now. But yeah, I don't feel like I really need anything different or better than this. Like it does everything I need. I really only upgraded from my previous one because this one is a little bit more compact. So that was yeah, really the only reason. Bit more of a better design, bit more compact. And I don't see myself really needing to change or upgrade for a pretty long time. You know, assuming that nothing goes wrong with this one anyways. I'm almost starting to feel a little bit like guilty because this is not very speed paint. I mean, I'm still working through it fairly quick, right? I must have started about 9:30 and it's 10:30. Eh. And I'd like to finish it by 11:30. So I better just like kick myself up a gear. I've been like chatting a lot. That's the excuse I'll make for myself for not going faster. I've been chatting too much. Maybe being a little bit distracted. It's just I really am trying not to get bogged down on details with this. I mean, I knew going in that this was going to be even more difficult than the one I chose yesterday. But I still did it. I still decided it was too pretty. I got sucked in by how nice this scene is. Um, I suppose you can count whatever you want as a speed paint, right? Really? You know, a couple of hours painting I count that as a speed paint. I suppose if it was taking you days worth of work, that's okay. Maybe it's not a speed paint anymore at that point, but I think I'm just gonna like fudge this area a little bit in terms of like not making it wildly accurate. Oops. I do want to still get the values decent though, even if it's not uh, like really true to the photo. That's just I gotta keep going if I'm gonna get this thing done in 1 more hour. Um, it's gonna, even if it's like pretty abstract when I finished, and it's like lacking lots of detail and stuff, I don't actually mind that. I love things that are like impressionist artworks, and let's try to get this really bright block here. Impressionist artworks and things that are a little bit abstract. I kind of really like that anyway, so even if it turns out to just be lots of different random brush strokes, a little bit, a little bit less clear and defined, I'm going to say I'll still be pretty happy with that. Okay, so there's the block with the thingy in it. So that's a good reference point. Let's keep building up from there. Where is it? Here. Oh, what a challenge. Absolutely not giving up there. This one's got light coloured lines on it too. Right about like this, and like this, and like this. Good enough. Good point of reference. And then this one above that. And then, actually it's kind of long. And then this one. We can do it. I have faith. I have faith in ArtRage. We can get this done. Alright, let's see. This is really nice. These bits are really nice. They're blue. They're quite blue. So there's this light. Yeah, it's here. And then yeah, there's more there as well. Really nice colours. And then just a bit of fudging what's down here underneath this. Sort of like a light piece of slab. And then sort of a darker area in under here. And then that's that big block. It's fine. And there's kind of some like little pieces, but I guess I won't worry about that for now. Just try to patch in these little gaps and stuff. Definitely seems a bit bright, but that's kind of part of the challenge of working with the color picker. I just want to bump in some of these more obvious areas of shadow. This one up here is quite important. And then there's a dark dot right here, or hereabouts, like that. And then, yeah, there's some smaller bits and pieces like here, 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 I want to say. And then here as well. And then here as well. Oops. And then there's sort of a dark patch right right around about here. Okay, and then I've already kind of got this lip coming down here. There's a little dark thing in here. And then there's some areas, well, this is very small. I wonder if it's worth switching over to the little pen. Do, because they're really small. Do. Probably getting bogged down on details right now. I should keep moving. How long have I been drawing? Hands, yeah, that's a common one. I've been drawing. I don't need that. Actually, I better do a quick save just in case. Hey, I'll do daily prompt cave. I forgot it was cave. It still counts as a kind of counts as a cave. I've been drawing. Oh my goodness! I mean, ever since I could hold a pencil. I guess I'll give away my age right about now. So if I've been drawing since I was, let's say, I remember drawing things in kindergarten when I was like 3 years old. That's when it started, I think. So if I've been drawing for my whole life, except for like 3 years, you're all ready to know my age? I've been drawing for what does that make? 33 years? So yeah, long time. Long time. And I never intend to stop either. I'm going to paint forever. And I haven't been as consistent as I would have liked all throughout my life. That's for sure. There's definitely times where I did little to no drawing, you know, for days or weeks or months or even years at certain times, depending what was going on in my life. But I really want to commit to it now. Really, I would say fear held me back from ever, trying to make it like a career. And I'm sure probably all of us have heard that thing of like, art is my thing and I want to do art, and someone potentially at some point, hopefully it hasn't happened to you guys. I hope not, but I remember being told when I was young, just like, well, you can't do that as a job. Like that's not a real job. You won't make any money, you're going to be poor, blah, 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 blah. And I definitely took that to heart and believed it. And I feel like nowadays more than ever, it's not true anymore. There are so many artists that do really, really well. I guess you have to say that there are a lot more tools around, and most of the artists that do really well are taking advantage of, YouTube and Instagram. They're running their own shops, they're posting videos, they're doing all sorts of stuff to be successful a lot of the time, and that wasn't an option. When I was, let's just say, sort of like late teens at that time, where people are pressuring you to figure out your career and stuff. Those sorts of things weren't really an option, but I do wish that I would have, I don't know, stuck to my dream a little bit more in a way, and like just persisted with art and tried to get into an industry, like an art industry or something like that. But my life was a bit turbulent when I was young, which is probably the same for most people. Lots of like family drama, non-stop family drama, stuff like that, just getting in the way. That's awesome. That's so good to hear. Leonidas, I'm really glad that your family is like really supportive. I think it was actually my mum that said that to me, which is the worst. Oh man, if you don't have the support of your parents, like it makes things even harder. And unfortunately, I was one of those people that, yeah, I guess fear gets in the way a bit. You know, I worry about not succeeding at things. That's why I never, yeah, pursued art as a career. I'm fudging this area a little bit as well. Um, Lord Almighty, this is a lot. I knew it was going to be a lot. All right, let's keep going. Woo! Take a breath and keep going. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I have to get this done in an hour. Well, it's actually probably, yeah, it's less than an hour now. So I'm going to have to do a bit more fudging of details a little bit. I'm really glad you've got a supportive family and who's also into like creative stuff. I would have loved that, to have had like a starting point and like a good support system. It's not like I don't know exactly how to phrase it. I think they wanted security, I suppose. They wanted me to have like, I don't know, like a normal job or something. Um, I don't think that was ever going to work for the type of person that I am. If I don't do art for too long, I start getting a bit depressed, to be honest. So kind of have to just, it's not that I have to, but I like it so much that if I don't do it, I get sad, basically. Alright, let's keep coming back down to this little block area and see where we're at. This one, this is where we're up to. Yeah, I dedicate all the time that I have now to doing art stuff, which is the best. And my parents are supportive nowadays. Um, Still finding my way, you know, finding my way to make it work and everything. But I have to give it like my best shot, of making it my career so that I don't have any regrets about it, about not trying. That's sort of how I feel about it anyway. So I'm really, really, really glad to be doing it now. Making a go of it anyway, having a shot at making it my career. I just have to see how things play out. Um, this paint might end up going a bit longer than I'd intended. Um, as much as I am trying to go fast, I'm trying to be speedy, but there's so much going on. Maybe I do a cheeky like extended stream today. I mean, I can make my own rules. I can do what I want. So, in terms of streaming, oh, I got that shape a bit wrong, didn't I? Up in there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Leonidas. I think if you do things right, if you persist and you can find a way. Um, I really really had that. I don't know. It just became my belief, and I don't even believe. Like on a surface level, I don't believe it. I know it's wrong, but somewhere inside my psyche, it's still there because it was like the idea was planted there like at such a young age, which is not good. Still trying to sort of get rid of it. Tell myself that it's, yeah, it's not even accurate. You can probably make a living off of most things. I mean, but there must absolutely be cases of people trying and not, not being able to earn enough money or something. So, and in that case, having to try something different. I mean, oh, I'm all about honesty and transparency, so I'll just say straight up, I'm not earning any money currently from doing art, but I'm aiming to open up an online store and keep streaming. And at the moment, I'm really just sort of focusing on being consistent and trying to build up a little bit of an audience and stuff like that. That's sort of my goal at the minute. And I'm in a position, very, very fortunately, where I can do this. I know like lots of people, they have to do a job that they don't necessarily want to do, to like pay the bills and stuff. So I recognize that I'm really lucky to be able to be doing this right now. And it's because my partner wants me to do art, and she's willing to basically support me while I try to get started. So I've sort of got a bit of an amount of time that I can do this, and try to get it to work. And if after whatever I consider to be a reasonable amount of time, um, I haven't been able to get enough of a regular income from it one way or another, I might have to consider a regular job as well. What is going on here? There's that, and then there's a... Okay, so that actually ends there. But I did yesterday. I had a bit of I guess I can't call it luck, but a little bit of good fortune, because a friend of mine, a really good friend, like one of my absolute best mates from back in high school, um, she got in touch with me and said that she works at a boarding kennel and has done for like so many years now. She's really, really, like, that's her thing. She loves I love animals too. I used to work with her as well at one of the kennels. And anyway, she gave me a call yesterday and she said one of the kennels across the road or just down the street, whatever, they're looking for someone to come and do maybe a month's worth of work, sort of at Christmas time, around the Christmas break. And yeah, she suggested me, and I called them up, and it sounds like it could be going ahead. So I think I'll be having there's a little bit of paid work around Christmas time, and then it could kind of be ongoing, just here and there, like as they need my help, which is my preference, because that means I can still do some art stuff as well. Well, mostly art stuff, but still have a little bit of income as well. So that was really, really good of her to do that, to suggest me for that. All right, this area is. I knew this was going to be a thing. I knew it was going to be a thing. All right, let's see. Let's look at this guy. Yeah, I feel the same. When I'm drawing, I'm really happy, and I just making something is, I don't know, I get the most happiness just from finishing a thing and looking at it and being like, I've made that thing. It didn't exist and now it does, and I made it, um, and being able to take things from your imagination, like you see something in your mind and you can bring it into reality. That to me is wild. That's always been like the coolest thing about being able to draw. It's like I can have an idea and I can make the idea real. So yeah, that's always made me really, really happy. Okay, so that's this. Yes, it lines up pretty good. Yeah, so that element of art has always been super fantastic to me. And obviously it took a lot of years and a lot of practice to get to a point where I could, see the thing in my mind and make something that actually looked, looked like what I was imagining. Took a lot of years of practice. Lots and lots and lots and lots of years. My whole life to get to a point where now I can fairly do a fairly reasonable job of drawing exactly what I see in my mind. Got to build up the technical skills, I guess. This one's here. I feel like this is a bit longer then. Okay, and then there's this. Am I doing these like over again, or is this like a different layer? How many is this? One, two, two, three, four. One, two, three. Yeah. Oh man, it's confusing as heck. This is exactly what was happening to me yesterday. I had the same geometric shapes going on, or similar, and I was just something about it really hurts my brain trying to get the shapes right. It's like I don't know if any of you guys ever saw those do, 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 do. What are they even called? They're like the staircases that all go crazy and join, and you can't see where they start and where they end, and they don't make sense. Um, that's what it feels like when I'm looking at these. Like I like my brain almost can't make sense of the shapes because there's so much going on. I should probably get rid of this because it's just going to make it hard for me to fill in. Goodbye. Yeah. Do, 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 do. There we go. Yeah, I did the same thing, drawing things that you would dream or imagine, or a big one still for me is like scenarios or like environments and stuff that like places I wish I could be, places that I wish existed, if that sort of makes sense. Um, that's still a really big theme for me a lot of the time. Uh, my goodness, I am getting hungry. My belly is starting to make all of the sounds. Let's like do a really far zoom out again and see. Oh, I mean it's something. It's almost feels a bit like a paint by numbers right now. Yeah, I picked the wrong thing for a speed paint. I'm just going to admit it. I kind of already knew, but I'm going to say it again. I probably should have gone with something a little bit more simple than this. A lot more simple than this. Because yeah, getting all of these all of these shapes in. I mean, I'm still trying to go pretty quick. Maybe I shouldn't be stressing myself out over the fact that it's it's becoming less and less of a speed paint because of how long it's taking. It's supposed to be fun. Fun, fun, fun. Let's just focus on how cool this thing is and just like work our way through, not actually worry about how long it takes. That feels like a good idea to me. So eventually I'll probably once I've got a few like enough things together. Honestly, I probably have enough already. Like I'm talking about my online store in a really roundabout kind of way. Um, I think I'll probably offer some of these like as prints and stuff. And then I also want to do some little stickers and stuff. And then I want to do handmade bits and pieces as well. So I've got a few things in the works down in my art room space. This area is cool too. Yeah, down in my art room space, I've got some all sorts of different things in progress that I'm pretty excited for. And I'm thinking I'll use another artist said that they use what's it called? I think Shopify maybe was the website. I hope I'm not saying the wrong name. Um, I was looking at Etsy, but the the charges they put like on top of like the percentage they take from your sales is what I'm trying to say seems to be really high, and apparently it's gone up even higher recently in recent months. So yeah, this other artist I was looking at was kind of decided that Shopify was a better way to go. And that sounds good to me. I think websites that want to take like a really high percentage off of your work, like it's your damn work, like they've just hosting you, which is great, but yeah, that's just greedy. It was difficult to understand English speakers. Oh well, that's very kind of you to say that you appreciate me putting time towards it. That's very kind. Thank you for saying that. It's very encouraging. I yeah, I've always really just wanted to any way that I could be the slightest amount of assistance to anybody. Like if sharing art stuff. If someone finds it even just a little bit interesting or helpful, like it's totally worth it to me. It makes me really happy. So thanks very much for saying that. I'm glad that's the case. I always hoped that I could get my skill level to a place where I felt that I had enough to be able to help other people. Does that make sense? Um, I still feel like with art there's no end. You learn forever. You can never learn it all, which is great. It's something you can easily dedicate your life to. And I am happily dedicating my life to it. So, but if I can, yeah, help other people along the way, give a little, even some tiny little ideas or something to somebody, then it's totally worth it. Totally, totally and utterly worth it. Makes me happy. There we go, cheeky pen line in there. Alright, next beam. Wow, these paints, some of them mix so intensely when you put them down. It's crazy. Look at it, all these amazing, amazing shapes on this natural formation. So wild. I'd love to go to a place like this one day. I feel like it would be, I mean, I don't know if this goes in further or not. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I can see there's a wall there, but I don't know if it goes left or right or whatever, goes further down into more of a cave. But I would so love to just, you know, drift down a beautiful blue inlet kind of thing like this. Or even just like on a floaty. Just lie back and just kind of like bliss out on how pretty everything is. Nature is the best. Pretty much my favorite things to illustrate or to paint. It's like nature, animals, and then, you know, like fictional creatures and stuff. Landscapes, I like. I want to get better at buildings. Like interesting kind of architecture. Maybe stuff that's a little bit more leaning towards fantasy, probably. I don't really like modern real life architecture all that much. At least not in the suburbs where I live. Not sure if this is the case in anyone else's area where they live, but they're just they're kind of just filling in, knocking down all the old houses and filling in the lots with these really, really hideous, really unimaginative, like two-story, like apartment unit kind of things, and they leave barely any green space left over on the property. And pretty much, you know, the whole block more or less just becomes concrete, and I don't like it. So that kind of architecture, can't say I'm a fan of. Oh, that does not go down that far. It goes to about here. So maybe that's here. Oof, it's really hard to tell. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to an edge. All of that was a bit risky to do because I didn't have the best reference. I can keep coming from here. So let's see. Sort of like really dark. This part comes down maybe. And then, come on now, grab the color please. Alright, let's just try to get these little shapes down in here. And what's around the water? We've got kind of this bit. I'm also just kind of fudging a little bit. And by that I mean kind of improvising and just dropping colours in a little bit. It's all a bit messy down in that area. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on anyway. And there's a big chunk of shadow right around about here. And then it comes like that. And then it joins up to something up here, which is not that line, it's something else. That's okay. all of this is well, let's just where is that square? It's next to the white one, so it's like no, yes, there's two wide ones. Yep, I'm gonna put it at the base of this one. Good. Counting that as good. Counting that as correct. Now we've got a shadow. And then we've got another big chunk of slate. And there's one in front of that, but I'm not going to bother right now. Now this area is quite... I'm going to squint. I'm going to squint my eyes is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to attempt to... So where is that square? I'm just worried that if I try to do this too approximately, I'm going to run into those problems of not lining things up. Okay, let's just follow this. Do. Yeah, and then up to there. And this is where that triangle is. And then there's a kind of a rectangle here. And then there's a jaggedy bit. There we go. And then that comes like this shape. As long as I get these in the right place, everything else will be okay. And where does this comes pretty much just right next to it. And this one's kind of cool because it's like an arch shape. And that comes down to about here. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Arch shape. Looks like a gravestone almost. Natural gravestone. You're off. Awesome to talk to you, Leonidas. Thanks so much for coming in, chatting with me. Very much appreciate your company. Thanks so much. You're welcome back anytime. Have a lovely rest of your day. Or night. Catch you next time. Bye bye. Okay, so then there's this pole right about here. It goes all the way up. Okay, we're getting... it's kind of two. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go to this one, which is this one, I'm pretty sure. And then... no worries. See you next time, hopefully. Bye bye for now. I'm trying to find this one, and I can't find it. I think it's this. I think it's this one. Which is troublesome because these are squishing together too much. And this does just fall down into this shadow, so... And then there's kind of a piece here. This is a bit of a test, this part, to see. Yep, there's that bit. Yep. It's lining up. Yeah, this was part of the... it seems as though, at this point, I don't want to speak too soon, but it seems as though things are lining up alright. Whereas yesterday, things were really disjointed and out of place, and it was like really difficult for me to get things to line up correctly. So let's go from this rock big arch shape shadow here. Well, it's not that big. Not that big of a shadow. And then there's a bit of slate here. A little bit of like a lighter color on top. And then what? There's this. I'll put that there. And then I'm gonna say it's probably shadows. So the arch, what's above the arch? There's a really dark grey piece in here. There we go. Oh, what a journey. It's almost 11:30, which is the time I'm supposed to be finishing. What percentage would I say I've done? Oh no. Maybe, what is this, 50%? Maybe it's a little bit over 50%. I've still got so much more to do. Yee. That's okay. I'm having a really, really fun time painting this. So it really doesn't matter how long it takes, does it? At the end, having fun, that's the main thing. I'm only on my own time, so I love this little bit down here. That's great. Hee. Yeah, I'm really only on my own time, so no pressure. I I think because I am a bit much more well rested than I was yesterday. Um, I think I'll have my lunch break and come back. Um, yeah, I think I'd like to do that today. I won't still do like a full day. After I come back, I'll just do like I'm gonna say like a couple more hours after lunch, so that I don't, yeah, push myself like too hard, wear myself out. Um, and then I'll continue on with some video editing after that. Um, after I finish the stream. So I'm going to do a slightly extended live stream today. I'll definitely take my lunch break on time because I need to take Gigi for a walk, as always. Oh, I shouldn't have said the word. I hope she's asleep. Haha, she's asleep. She didn't hear it. Lucky. Yeah, so I'll do that. This area is really cool. I love these like rounded ledges. So cool. Um, yeah. I know it's not that white. Why is it giving me such a white color? There we go. It's a bit better. Man, it's been so fantastic having so many people join me on the stream today. It was really, really, really great. You never know what's going to happen day to day, but I had a couple of new people come on, like 2, 3 new people come on today that I haven't heard from before, like brand new. Um, yeah, it always really brightens my afternoon and my day, my whole day, I'm going to say. So good. So yeah, thanks again to everybody that's been in the stream so far, whether you're watching or chatting or anything else. I'm so pleased to have you here, or to have had you here. Honestly, it makes such a big difference to my day. It absolutely just boosts my mood every time. It certainly is a very challenging area. but I'll keep repeating to myself what I was repeating yesterday, and that is that I don't necessarily have to understand exactly what's happening in the image. I just gotta try to fill in these patches of color as best as I can. And if I do that, it will become something. Now, let's just try to fill in, because there's quite a lot of this green along this edge, so let's just try to put that in. And then let's grab some of the darker colors that are sort of on top. This darker green here, whatever this is here, and this, oh, I've got that one already. There's the light one. Now up here, sort of like this, there's some rounded shapes in here, which is different and interesting. And we've got some dark bits, especially here, which I've roughed in a little bit already, and along here. And then there's this random, very light shape right about here. I'm gonna have to change the shape here. There we go. Like that, roughly. And there's some green underneath it. There we go. I've got like this random little chunk. I love a random little chunk. What are you doing there? Where did you come from? What are you doing there? It's been a really great day so far. Like, progress on this has been, I knew it was going to be, a bit more slow, but I don't mind. I don't want to, I'm not going to put the pressure on myself of, you know, feeling as though I'm going too slowly or anything, because the outcome, the painting, is really what I care about the most. So, happy to dedicate the time to it. Oh, that doesn't seem like the right colour at all, does it? Maybe that's better? Yeah, I'm going to say that's better. Let's get some of these hard, strong shapes in here. And there's some darker bits kind of missing, so let's try to patch those in. So right about here. That's there. Where else is there darker patches? There's one. I feel like it's this shape here. And there's a dark patch right here. I've got that one. It's like this one little dot of black back here. Right around about... This looks good enough. That light patch I've got... Yeah, I guess I've got most of it now. This is like a bit too wide, a bit too long and a bit too tall. It's probably a bit better. Now this area is just kind of a bit messy. I'm just going to bloop in some extra little bits of pieces of colour. Oh, this is actually up here. So what's next to this dark stone? sort of some green, and then another shelf of the pale green. There we go, it's something. Let's have a look at patching in the last little bit of this wall. I think everything was lining up okay in this section, so let's just try to fill it in. There's like that white line, that's what that is, but it's just a bit too bright. Let's try to get that in there, looking a bit more natural. How long is it? Not that long. Maybe about to there. There we go. And yeah, more red down here. And how can we've got some dark little, so there's one around about here. There's one just above that. And there's one over here. And here. 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 It's actually a dark line right about here. It's probably pretty good. And then we've got some light. Let's try to capture the right part. Maybe that. And there's kind of like this light. No, that's too bright. Let's try this one. That's probably a bit better. There. There. Here. It kind of goes up to the top. And then there's like a little detail here. A little detail here. I'm trying not to get too caught up in details, but these areas are like mostly filled in, so sort of that was just looking too hard-edged, so I'm trying to just muddy it up a bit. Looks a bit better. Yeah, well that's done. This area is going to need some more attention, but this ceiling area is going to be a big challenge. Yeah, this bit and the ceiling, this is not too bad. It's like lots of lines. It's not too bad. But I can't work there until I got to work my way up. If that makes sense. I got to make sure I'm following what time we're at. So it's 11:32. I've got about a half hour till my lunch break. And I am going to be coming back after my lunch break today. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go. Okay, there's a triangle here. There's a shelf here. There's a tiny little slither of black here, which then carries into this one. Did not get the right color at all. There you go. Into that one. And then that's got a little bit of shadow there. And then there's this one down here. Yep, good. And good enough, I say. What's this piece like here? It's pretty long. And then instead of lighter on the top, can I get some lighter? Yeah, there we go. And then I don't know, it goes a bit jank at that point. It's sort of hard to tell what's going on. Which is okay. We just got to get the shapes. And then there's a hard shadow all the way down there. And these bits go up and then across. And the edge of the water is nice and dark. Sort of like that, I hope. Where am I? This one, yep. Across and out a bit. It's a bit more subtle than that here, but that's okay. Oh, and there's some dark shadow down here in the water. Right about this one. It's okay. It's just here. And then the other side of it is kind of like, it's a bit more murky here. Okay. And there's sort of like this red, not red, it's like an, I don't know what to call that. It looks much more of a warmer color than the rest of the water here. Bright white spot. That's a good reference point. Let's find where that is, and oh, it's just around this corner. So up, and then there's literally a rock here with it on it, and a little green cap. Reference point. It's very white. Well, it is, I guess. Okay. That's a good marker. Keep going. This one. This one. I think I've already got that underneath. Yes. That's the shadow. Okay. There's a big piece of shadow right here. So from this dude, it sort of starts there and goes like, oh, it's this one. It's this one, it's this one. Okay. So how do we make these things sort of line up? Alright, I think it probably makes more sense for this to be over here where the shadow is. So I'm just going to move it from here and put it there instead. I just love when you can recognize shapes that you've already done. Wild. Okay, let's get this in here. And working, yeah, that's this. Okay, I'm going to move this over. So this was here, which I actually had in my outline, if you can believe. I'll get rid of these because I don't think they're accurate now. So everything that's in between, yeah, this is too far this way. This is like just past halfway. So if this is halfway, then it's sort of like, it's not that far out. You know, having said that, that feels like something I said an awful lot of times yesterday. Things just like weren't quite falling into place. Okay, so this long thing, I'm just going to extend this long thing, the long piece of rock down here. Yeah, if I have to make up a little bit of the geometry here to get it to work, then I will. I am not trying to do this photorealistic. I've already put a lot of time and effort into this, I think it's fair to say, at this point. So there's a big shadow piece here, and then rock here, and then some other shapes down here. Running out of patience. I'm running out of patience. Alright, where are these shadows? You know when your brain starts doing this that you maybe need some food. I probably need something to eat. I think that's that one, but I don't want to guess. There's nothing for me to except for like this big shadow. Okay, so it would be like just under halfway, so right around about here. The time has come. The time has come to hurry up. I feel my brain just being like, this is a lot. This is a lot right now. Where is that? Just halfway? Yeah, that feels about right. And where is this? About here, hopefully. And then there's a whole lot, big lot of shadow here as well. And does that join that one? It's next to it. Oh yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's not too far off at all. Falling into around about the right place, because that's this pillar right about here. And I think this goes all the way down. Oh, there's a little stone at the bottom. Boop, boop, boop. There you go, little stone. And then another dude next to that. And another... Is that shadow or is that something else? Ah, that's... There you go. You've got a big shadow. Pretty big shadow. Oops. A rock there. Okay. Kind of like... I'm not feeling too bad about these areas where I'm filling the colour in kind of quick. I feel like I've got... Perhaps I've got enough of the base... Like the groundwork down now that I can speed up a bit and start to, you know, improvise a little bit more, because yeah, I've got enough down. Got enough down that I can see where things are, and I've got enough points of reference, kind of, if that makes sense. Hopefully that's making sense. So I'm thinking is I just start throwing stuff down. I guess the first 50% of the painting needed to be kind of slow and careful and yeah, line things up. Now that I've done that, all bets are off. It's time to go. It's time to paint. I want to like fill in. I've got about 15 minutes till lunch, and I am going to fill in as much of this painting as I can in those 15 minutes. I feel like it's the geometric shapes I can't rush. That's where it's just like shooting myself in the foot. And I've got to check where these are. I think it's around about here. This is the part of the big deep dark shadow, so and there's like pieces underneath. Okay, there's some, yeah, a sort of a light streak underneath, and then there's like some more. That would be these ones, deep shadows that work their way up. Oops. So I think these need to come down a bit more even. Da 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 da. Right about here. I suppose because I've never really painted too many like cave related things. Um, I don't have the instinct for it in the same way that I can, like I've painted so many trees and meadows and mountains and landscapes and stuff. I might have a little bit more of an instinct to work from with that, because I just, you do a thing enough, you get familiar, you get used to it. Whereas yeah, these things to do with geometric shapes, whether they're natural or man-made, they're gonna stump me every time. They're gonna throw me off, throw me for a loop, and just present some of the biggest challenges. Because I can only sort of fake it to a certain degree. Um, and get it to turn out okay. Like, there's only so much of this I can fudge is the word I like to use, you know, like improvise, make it up, you know, whatever. There's only so much of that I can do because otherwise it's not going to look like the photo at all. Whereas something like trees and things that I've drawn 100 different times, um, I've got a bit more of the experience and instinct and knowledge to be able to improvise more, still make it turn out alright. Alright. I really hope I'm doing this correctly. It seems too high. I think these are these. I think I know where they are now. I'm going to get rid of that. Oops, that bit's probably okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are these. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna run with that being the case and just get some of this in here. And so this is actually should be a dark area. I don't know how I got white there. Be gone. Why? There we go. I think it just wasn't going to the eraser. There we go. Oh, my back is also starting to get a bit, ooh, a bit ouch. I gotta say. Ouch, 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 ouch. No. Alright, I kind of like the ceiling. It's a mess, but I kind of like it. This is more what speed painting feels like to me, but I couldn't do it right from the get-go. I just couldn't. It wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked over here. I would have been confused. I would have been lost. This area is far more abstract, far more geometric. The abstract areas you can fudge, and I guess that's what it is with trees. They're much more organic shapes, twisty, bendy, you know, kind of more forgiving in the way that they're made. Whereas you got something like these that are like literal blocks. Like this is still pretty messy right now. I should still do a bit more adjusting over here, but at least hopefully I've done a halfway decent job of blocking it in. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. We're gonna finish. We are gonna not finish, but we're gonna we're gonna mark in, fill in the rest of these base colors before lunch. That's now what I'm telling myself. Not trying to be too exact with all of this. Just get in the colors. Get in there. I'm sort of hoping that, you know, if I do more of this kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Subject matter. If I do keep doing more of this type of subject matter, that it will get a bit easier. That kind of should be the should be the case in theory. Because right now it is very difficult. Yesterday's live stream was speed paint was really difficult, and today's one is even more so, and that's definitely largely my own fault for picking something quite so detailed, challenging. I knew it right from the start. I have no delusions about what I chose, what I brought upon myself here. But I'm hoping that if I keep doing bits and pieces here and there of this kind of thing, that will become a little bit more instinctive. I love being able to just jump around like this and just do like throw in big sections. I really enjoy it. Oh, Gigi's up and about again. Yeah, this bit's been really enjoyable, I have to say. The section's been really fun. It's so abstract. It's even further abstracted from what I can actually see here, which is already pretty like, what am I looking at? Um, but I like it. It's interesting. It's visually interesting, and that's the main thing. Let's get that shape in there. This in here. You okay, Gigi? She just had a drink, and sometimes she just has a little bit of a cough after she drinks. But I like to check in on her. Yeah, and this is really dark over here. Just blocking some strong shadow around that. And in here. Oh man, what a fun time! Even though it's like such a challenge, but you know, I'm having such a fun time at the same time. What a good paint. Slow to start off with, and now we're just like racing. We're absolutely racing to get these colors. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, guys. Oh, I've just realized something absolutely treacherous, which is a bit of a disaster. This line, which is this line, has this gravestone shaped rock right next to it. Oh no, that thing is happening again. That was happening to me yesterday. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody panic. Let's just fly. And this goes pretty high. This goes like way up to here, I think. Or near enough, you know. Okay, dark bit, chunky bit. Yeah, chunky bit. And then more dark bit. And then, yep, that goes all the way up to there. Surely does. And then it meets these bits. Alright, and there's a dark thingy that runs up here. I'm just gonna scroll it in. Yep. And then what's at the base of the thingy? It like comes into a dark area. This might require some like the most fudging thus far. Perhaps. Or maybe it wasn't as off as I was panicking that it might be. Let's just see how we go, shall we? Slab. Oops. Gotta maintain your gravestone shape. Yeah, you're not that wide though. Let's be real. Boop boop boop. Good. Okay, and then what? Slab. And then slab. Hello, there we go. Alright, let's have a look around the base. And then there's like a couple of small blocks like here and here falling into some shadows of what I think is this one. So let's just, come on now, go over the top. There we go. Good. What I'm pretty confident is this block right here. Why is it so dark? What was it? Where was it? This one? Yeah, I think this one. There we go. Yeah, and there's literally just slabs behind it, so like sheets, like these rectangular sheets. I'm just referring to them as slabs. Good. And then just like some more chunky, rocky. Where's this? I lost it. Bugger. Alright, well from the gravestone it would be falling right around about here. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Sort of like this funny fanned out shape. With this like dark here. Yeah, that's where it went. And then there's this piece here. And then... well, there's just some sort of shadow underneath, to be honest. Which I've kind of already blocked in a little bit. Okay, a little bit more. There we go. And then it literally just meets a couple of slabs, so... there we go. And over here, keep going, quick. 5 minutes! We can do it. So that's this. So this is a really dark... like that. Where it meets down onto this stone right here. It's got a bit of a lighter edge on it over here. Like that. Okay. And then this random piece which is kind of shaped like that. And it meets this one. So this is like maybe a broken thing of the same. A broken part of the same sort of like slab of rock, potentially. And yeah, then we've really just got some more slabs running the way down till we meet the other side. So I feel as though I can sort of fudge this a little bit. There we go. And I don't know, it's just a bunch more, so I'm just gonna... it's a base I'm gonna have to be worrying about. So where's this? This is that. That's the really wide one. Okay, so from there's like... maybe I make this one... yeah, make this a bit wider. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make that a bit wider. And then I'm gonna just bring that across a little bit as well. Alright, what's down at the base of this one? Shadow... rock face. And then more rock faces. And then a shadow. And then... is this guy? I think that's this guy. Let's just bulk him out a bit. Cool, it's not too bad. And this guy's got kind of like 2 above him. Actually, it's sort of... I think it's working out alright. Again, it's never going to be exact to the photo. I don't really want it to be anyway. Let's just quickly... what are you doing, G? Baby, no. No more scratching that. Oh my gosh, she's always scratching this blanket. Just absolutely just ripping it to shreds. Little bugger. Oh my gosh, we're so close. We're so close. Okay, this guy, there's the shadow. Oh, it must be this shadow. Alright, let's just try. We are so close to having these filled in. I don't want to like rush and muck it up now. Come so far. I keep looking at the same area. I guess I've got to go over this way, don't I? Let's just throw some shapes down. And I'll come back and adjust it after lunch. Where is that? There's that guy. So it's here. Yep, it's here. Alrighty. Interesting shapes. Just a couple more minutes until my lunch break, and I really want to fill in all of these shapes. Oh, there goes my alarm. Wow. Okay, which one is this? I need to be able to identify it. So this one. So this goes here. And then there's a patch of dark green right here. And then light patch. What is that doing there? Oh, it's that one. Okay, cool. I'll accept that. And that's that. And then there's just a bunch of like random bits and pieces in here. I'll fix that after. It's like a dark patch. Yep. And I've got that. So then there's some green. And then there's some more different green. And then another piece. I am not giving up on filling in the base colors of the... Oh, this though. Oh, I suppose that's this, isn't it? That's just going to be a lot skinnier. I feel like that's not far enough in. This shape. And then the line... Oh yeah, so there's a small one here. And then there's another one right about here. And it's quite a lot longer. Kind of curves back and then hits some of these. Yep. And that's kind of like a big... its own sort of like large slab of rock in a way. Like that. Good. And then there's some green here. Don't know about this big dark patch that I've put there. I don't know what that's about. Bye. Let's make this a bit bigger. Okay. What's this big shadowy part? That is gravestone. What's at the base of gravestone? This is here. Cool. Basically just green shapes. What a shock. Green shapes. And then, did I do this? I feel like I did this shadow already, but maybe it was in the wrong spot. Okay, so there's this one, and then there should be this one here, which has got this shape to it. And it hits... Yeah, I did the zigzaggy rock before. I remember it. Oh well, that must be it. Boop boop boop. And the shape here. This is where the triangle shadow is meant to be. This is exactly what happened to me yesterday, where things were just like kind of not lining up the way that they were supposed to. It's not that far out. It's just annoying. Alright. Okay, Wiggly Rock. No, what is that line? That's something else. And what is that? Eh. Oh. It's this one. And then there's this one. And then what is there? And then there's just these jaggedy ones in the front, I guess it must be. And then this one as well. And then the shadows for these are like... not on top, there's like a V. This is so difficult in case anyone is having any kind of doubts as to how much I'm having a very, very challenging time here. That one, and then that one. I hope that's right. Whoa, it's like the shadow. This is so confusing. So from here. Okay, so these must be sort of out of alignment then. There's this shadow. Like that. Right? And then there's this like funny triangular shape. Like that. This was always what I was worried about when I got to the middle section. Things wouldn't quite mesh up. And lo and behold, my my fears, my concerns coming to be realized. And then I'm not sure what I've done. It cuts into the gravestone. Urgh. Okay, yeah. That shadow, then this comes across like this. You're not defeating me, shapes. I will make you work. Hey! I'm counting that as like the base colors pretty much sorted. Let's do a quick like far zoom back, 10%. It looks like something. It's not quite right, but it's, oh, it looks like something. Actually, this is a really good time to just make my brush real small and grab these shadows right here. And it's what's really missing is just some of these. I don't want to do it from too far back, honestly, because I might just make a mess of it, but and then when I zoom back in, I'll be like, oh god, what have I done? These areas need, let me see. Oh yeah, this is like way too high up in my one. Mine should be like here. Boop, 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 boop. There we go, that's probably better. Slabs up above it. Like here. Please give me a lighter color and like actually work. That'd be great. Lighter, please. There we go. Something. Cool. This kind of comes lower down as well. And then there's lighter bits above. Up here. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Go down, please, colors. Go down. Do as I say. Alright. I have to be strict on myself and have my lunch break. So, I'm going to leave it here for the minute. Obviously still quite a bit more refining to do. But I'm feeling fairly good with this progress. Yep. Yeah. Need to break these up a bit as well. That dot is like way too bright up here. It looks like pure white. That's no good. Clean that up after. Okay, I have to stop. I have to save. Save. Put it back up to like 40 for now. Haha, look at that line. That's what I mean by working far zoomed out. I mean, obviously I was using the pen rather than the oil paint, and it's no problem because I can just go over it with the oil. When your shortcut keys are not what you used to. Go. Bum 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 bum. Alright, what does this look like? It gets thicker as it goes down, okay. There we go. And it's got some like janky bits on, oops, on this side. Yeah, we can focus in on a little bit of refining work after lunch. Do some refining, do some cleaning up, then call it done for this one. Alright, oh yeah, there's something missing down here. Oh god. It's this one. Oh yeah. Is it his like a little brother stone that sits in front of him? Is that what's missing? Because that would be great if that's all it was. Like this. What's at the base of them? Ah, just random shapes, random colours. And there's a patch. No, it's not Wiggly Rock. What's behind Wiggly Rock? What is this? What is this? Have I done double Wiggly Rock? I don't know what this is. Is it this? Because if it is, it's too big. I'm going to say it's that, and I'm going to say it's too big. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to cut you right off, sir. Get back where you belong. The crows are going off. It's nice. I love the crows. What is that white line even? I know there's some lighter parts on there. Alright, I'm stopping because I'm starting to do refining work. Okay, save. Pop up. I'm gonna put my usual to lunch picture up. Where is it? There it is. Hey, hey, that one. And then my little timery, clockery. Did I close it? The clock app. So, okay, yeah, now I know how to cancel. Okay, so none of these are really a lunchtime. I'm gonna use this one. So usually lunch, I'm gonna take a hour and 5 minutes at most. Okay? So yeah, unlike other days this week, and I'll probably mostly doing half days of streaming so I don't wipe myself out. But today, because of the challenge I set myself with this speed paint for the daily prompt, because of the challenge I set myself, I'm just going to give it a little bit more time because I want to do it justice. I'll just do it so the chat can still be seen in case people want to talk with each other. What was I saying? Yeah, because of the unbelievable challenge I've set myself, by picking such a difficult picture, I'm going to give it a little bit extra time today, maybe another hour. Maybe one more hour for refining, cleaning up, making sure I'm happy with it, etc. So I'll do that when I come back. I'm going to take a break for an hour. I'm going to should I be even more generous on myself? No. That's probably long enough. Right, so I'm going to eat, walk my dog, have a bit of a break. I'll be back. We'll finish up the speed paint for the day, wrap up, and yeah. So I mean, hopefully I'll have a bit more company with me when I come back from lunch. Oh, Lorsh. What is Lorsh? I'm just hungry. All right. I'll be back fairly soon, everybody. See you then.